We give thanks for all those who provide for our health and well-being, safety, and most importantly, defend our freedoms that we so take for granted every day. We ask you to give wisdom to our national leaders in their collaboration to make our nation safer, healthier, and financially secure. Please guide our world leaders also to secure world peace as only you can intervene and do. For all this we know is your will and not ours without your grace. Help us this evening to listen well, communicate with civility, discern and act with integrity and fairness for what is best for all in our community. May we remember balanced individuals are realistic, tolerant people, patient with those who disagree. They uphold the dignity of others, refusing to put them down. And as is written in your word in Philippians chapter 2, verse 3, do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit, but in humility consider others always better than yourselves. And for all of this, in your holy name we pray these things. Amen. Amen. Call this meeting to order at 7:52 p.m. Join me at the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
No, I was looking out looking for. Oh, I just took it out. Okay.
It's all right.
Her first.
Tina got it.
Tina's got it.
Mr. Martin, do we have a quorum present this evening for our city commission meeting on 2/13/26?
Yes, sir. we do. No, 2/9.
2/9, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
2/13 is the next meeting, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? From you, Mr. Martin?
No, sir.
Okay. Anyone else from the dais have anything to add to the agenda? Or delete? Madam Attorney, anything to add?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion for the adoption of the agenda as presented.
So moved.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor Bailey, a second from Commissioner Green. Any discussion regarding the adoption of the agenda on the dais? Any comments from the constituents in the audience regarding the adoption of the printed agenda?
I think that's today.
Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All in favor of the adoption of the agenda as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays, like sign. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Item 1 is a consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I forgot, do we take each one of these agenda items and consent one at a time, right?
You can ask that in your form of your motion if you'd like,
Okay,
and then we will do that if we get a second and
yes, I
we
would
adopt
like,
it contingent on that.
my motion is to have each item separate vote
Okay.
under the consent
I
agenda.
have a motion in the consent agenda to individually address each item in the consent agenda versus collectively. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second from Commissioner Green. Any discussion regarding the motion from the dais? Hearing none, any comments from the constituents in the audience regarding the change in the consent agenda to address each one individually?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're talking about each one individually, I'm sorry, thank you.
That's the motion on the floor, Mr. Lewandowski. Yes, sir.
But not approval of the consent agenda, just whether to separate them, am I correct?
The consent agenda motion is to separate each one individually. Yes, sir. Any other questions from the constituents in the audience? Comments? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the consent agenda addressing each individual item separately, say aye.
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 Aye as well, nays like sign, hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioner Fiore. First item is agenda item 1 on the consent agenda, approve the minutes from February 2nd, 2026, special city commission meeting.
So moved. Second.
Have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Vice Mayor Bailey. Any comments, questions from the dais? Any comments or questions from the constituents in the audience? Hearing none, let's go to a vote with agenda item 1 on the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays like sign. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Next item is agenda item number 2, approval of the bill payments and transactions list for October, November, and December, all previously tabled.
I'd make a motion. Mayor, I make a motion that this board does not approve these bill transactions. We should, I said this before, we should not be approving any of this until we have reconciliations and complete backup. And I wouldn't be able to vote on these or the past ones. Even though you have a bank statement in front of you, that you don't know what outstanding checks are still out there, if the payments were paid out of the correct funds.
Okay, I have the motion. Do I have a second for further discussion and comments?
A second.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Fiore, a second from Commissioner Green. I'm sorry, now you can proceed, Commissioner Fiore, with any other comments. We're in discussion period. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Yeah, just, I don't think it's good practice to approve these transactions without the full picture.
Okay.
And you do not have the water fund
Right.
backup or the loans or wild spaces. No fault to management, he can only do so much running
conversion.
around, so. But once we start seeing reconciliations, that's when I think you should vote on these.
Okay. And that was going to be my comment as well, is we only got the general fund, we did not have the enterprise fund nor the wild spaces fund. And I was concerned about that with the joint meeting tonight, because I did not have in front of me the balance for the wild spaces. It's not that statement's not available, it's just it wasn't available for you to be able to copy and print. Hopefully that's rectified with our services. Do you have any comment?
Yeah, it's definitely in the process of being rectified. I'm sure it'll come up later maybe, but in my report, but we had some issues in trying to get the data that you're asking for.
Yes, sir.
So I provided you what was given to me.
Okay.
And I was no happier about it than you are.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right, any other comments regarding that? And tabling this again until we have the full data in front of us.
Is that the updated motion? Is that the
That-
updated
it-
motion?
That was the motion was to not approve these until we have the data in front of us.
Yes,
The statements, the full statements, which is not only general.
I don't
fund,
think
but
I worded it exactly like that, but yes, it is,
We need the full.
do not approve until we have all the data in front of us, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, that was a motion. I missed it.
Yeah, did
I
not
wrote the
approve
same, but
these.
was it a motion not to approve?
You're
Okay,
right, not to
second.
approve based
I'll
on not
second.
having the full packet of
Yes.
information before.
Okay, I second.
Okay, you amend that?
Yes, I thought
All
so.
right. And so that's the correct updated motion, amended motion to that effect. Any comments from the constituents in the audience regarding this evening? Yes, sir.
Yeah, Bill Lewandowski, citizen. I'd like to hear an amendment to the motion that includes your percent complete on your budget, because you had promised me in February, you promised me that this month we would start hearing that. Now, of course, you tabled the motion, so I don't expect to hear it now, but I still cannot see how you can do any type of accounting unless you know what percent complete of your budget is spent. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Any other comments regarding the amended motion? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of not approving agenda item 2 until we have the complete data in front of us with the bank statements, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, nays like sign. Motion carries 5-0. And agenda item number 3, resolution of the City of Archer to desire to withdraw all funds from the Renaissance Bank account and deposit such funds to its current bank account. Madam Attorney, you want to speak to this discovery of funding?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So this is resolution number 2026-04. I'll read it by title only, and then I'll explain the purpose of this. A resolution of the City of Archer, Florida, approving and authorizing withdrawal of all funds from Renaissance Bank in Newberry, Florida, and deposit of such funds into the city's current bank account on behalf of the City of Archer, removing previous authorizations related to the Renaissance Bank account on behalf of the city, repealing all resolutions in conflict, and establishing an effective date. Mr. Martin became aware that there's an old city bank account over in Renaissance Bank in Newberry, and it was under, I don't know if threat's the right word, but they were going to close the account because there hadn't been any activity for a long time,
And go to
and
the
then the funds were going to go up to the state. So Mr. Martin has contacted the bank. They are willing to not go through with that process if we pass a resolution for him to withdraw the funds, deposit them into our current bank account, the city's current bank account, and then he would provide proof of the receipt for withdrawal, and then also the deposit receipt, and then that would be part of the public record to show that those funds match. So that's what this resolution authorizes him to do.
Mayor, I make a motion that we adopt this resolution and allow us to receive the funds.
Okay, I have a motion
Second.
and a second from Vice Mayor Bailey. Any discussion, questions? Anybody want to know how much it is?
Yes, I wanted to ask that.
I figured that's the question. Don't look that excited, Mr. Arnold. Mr. Martin, would you like?
Well, yes, Mr. Mayor. The bank would not give me specific details because I'm not a signer to it, and neither is anybody currently in City Hall.
Yes, sir.
And, but basically, what I'm aware of is it's roughly around $3,700.
Okay. Anything's better than it going to the state and waiting
Correct.
3 or 4 years to.
But you will see, as the attorney said, you'll see the exact figure and the receipt from it and all, and the check will be made out to the City of Archer, and it will be deposited in your general Ameris account.
Any other questions? Any comments from the constituency regarding the motion for the resolution to retrieve $3,700? Yes, sir.
I apologize. I don't know if I heard correctly. Just want to make sure. We have a bank account that we forgot about and we were not aware of. Is that the understanding?
Yes, sir.
That's my understanding, yes.
And this
Okay.
goes back to 2015, 2014. Yes, sir.
We can see if we got any more out there somewhere.
Yeah.
So, Mayor, to that, when I heard, I was like, oh, let me go see if there's any other additional unclaimed funds. I couldn't find any in the state of Florida by using Archer City.
Thank you for
but-
going there, though.
Yeah,
just
but
in
I was
case,
like,
yeah.
yes, I'm gonna go find some more, but I didn't, no.
It's not humorous, but it is in our position.
Yeah.
It's, at least it's discoverable. Okay. Anybody else?
Well, I want to say I don't think we forgot that we had it. That time of the decade, I don't think any of us were up here to know that that was an account. So we've changed people several times since I came on the board. So I'm pretty sure that's how it was lost in the cracks.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, I can just verify what Vice Mayor Bailey said. None of the signers on that account are currently on the commission nor employed by the City of Archer. That's why I have to have a resolution.
Total
together.
transition of staff. Okay. And the only comment I have is, again, in the audit process, my radar goes up. It's like, why was this not discoverable if there wasn't an account sometime during that fiscal year, and then we had an audit and it wasn't discoverable? I challenge our audit contracted process again and again and again. But that, I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus because we've been thrown under the bus already tonight enough. So. And school concurrency is up on my agenda to talk about, so we don't want to mess with any buses tonight. All right. All those in favor of the resolution as presented, say aye.
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 Aye as well, nays like sign. Motion carries. Thank you. 5-0. All right, that's our consent agenda. Our first guest is Archer Masonic Lodge request. Thank you for your patience, sir. Welcome.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Hillary Cowart, member of Archer Lodge 190.
They're in your manila envelopes that you have.
That's okay. Ahead of you, I was gonna say, you should have all been issued some paperwork. Dear Mayor and Commissioners, on behalf of the committee, on the first annual Fall Festival for Archer, presented by Archer Masonic Lodge 197, prayed accepted Masons, we respectfully submit this request for inclusion within the official public record. Committee has requested approval for the temporary closure of County Road 241, also known as 170th Street, as well as Southwest 135th Lane in the immediate area of Archer Masonic Lodge in connection with the first annual Fall Festival scheduled for Saturday, October 3rd, 2026. For safety, event setup, and orderly operations, we're requesting the following closure times. Closure begin Friday, October 2nd, 2026, approximately 8 p.m. to allow for overnight setup. And the roads reopen Saturday, October 3rd, 2026, approximately 10 p.m., allowing following the conclusion of the festival and initial teardown. The proposal closure would begin near the intersection of the Old Foundry and Depot and extend south along 170th Street, 241, to Southwest 135th Avenue near the old jail. In addition, 138th Lane adjacent to the Archer Masonic Lodge would be temporarily closed for festival activities and pedestrian safety. A site map, which we have right here, shows the proposed areas. Just a second. Let me get my brain straight. Outlining all requested closures, access points, and emergency routes is included in Exhibit A for reference and for public record. During the planning process, we were initially advised that this roadway could only be closed by the county. After direct communication with county officials, we're informed that these roadways are within the municipal city limits of the city of Archer, and they had the authority to approve such closures, and it rests within the city to do so. In recognition of the Commissioner's responsibility to address the public safety and street concerns, and acknowledging prior discussion of the city leadership, which clearly state the following for the record: emergency and law enforcement access. Law enforcement officers, fire rescue, and EMS will have immediate and uninterrupted access at all times. Designated emergency lanes and access points remain open throughout the closure period, and there will be no residents or businesses blocked with the closures of these roads. Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Do we need to approve that by motion and decision based on what's been presented to us? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. For sake of discussion and any other questions of Mr. Cowart while he's with us, I'll entertain a motion to consider the Fall Festival needs of the street closures as outlined by Mr. Cowart.
So moved.
I have a motion from Commissioner Green. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a second from Vice Mayor Bailey. Discussion and questions from the dais.
Well, it sounds like it's going to be a good, she took my words away. It sounds like it's going to be fun and good for the community. I'm also glad that he didn't wait to, August for this, that he got it in earlier. I'm just looking and trying to think about the roads, because if we are going to close roads at 8 PM, that is the night before, which I understand why he wants to do that. I'm just a little bit concerned.
Because that's a Friday and a Saturday, correct? Or the days of the week for the dates?
Yeah. It's a Friday and a
And-
Saturday.
We have some somewhat crazy activities on Fridays and Saturdays at the quadrant,
We,
170th and 241.
My apologies. We try to leave alternative routes. Again, we haven't blocked any businesses or residents during that. It may be a little bit for somebody to come home if they live around the corner, but there's other roads that can take them there, so they're not blocked in or blocked out. And none of the businesses are being affected by that.
Okay. So will you have the detour signs, or
I'm sorry?
would you have detour signs,
The
or you're
detour.
just,
Well,
or you're just
we are
blocking?
understanding that Archer will be closing the lanes. So it is up to you guys to put any detour lanes.
Or signage of that sort.
Or
Because all
signage,
we
yes.
have right now in our inventory coffers are barrels, you know,
Okay.
with neon stripes on them. My other question, just to dovetail before Vice Mayor gets her answer, is has this been passed by the sheriff's office? I understand the county said, if this municipality said yes, but have we passed this by the ASO sheriff's office through their public services to make sure Sheriff Chad Scott reviews this? Because they may in fact have the detour signs if they are accepting of this for a Friday night through a Saturday night.
I've got their information with me.
Okay.
I want to make sure everything passed with you guys, and I will speak with them post haste about getting them on board, making sure that everything is
Yeah, 'cause
working good for them.
All right, thank you, because
So,
my opinion is contingent on including the sheriff's office.
Oh, most assuredly.
Because, you know, they have their route officers at those times of nights and stuff.
Yep.
And I, you know, not asking you to ask their input, but anything, because it's been a while since we had an evening
Yes.
closure of that street. Usually it's always in the day and it's over by dusk. This is unique and a great opportunity. I'm not saying, you know, different isn't good. Archer knows that best right now, but, yeah, I'd just like to have the support of Sheriff Chad Scott
Most
and his
assuredly,
team.
that will be my next,
Because they have all kind of signage and blinking lights, things to slow down the crazies that are on there sometimes on Friday and Saturday.
most
I'm
assuredly.
not trying to evaluate Archer downtown on a Friday and Saturday night, but and then two, they certainly may have those detour signage or whatever to assist us through DOT or whatever.
Okay,
And then it just enhances that level of safety is my feedback to you all. So
thank you so
not to
much.
make you do another homework assignment, but if.
That's it. I don't mind a bit. I'd much rather have the homework assignment.
And know
And,
you're gonna get the support from signage,
Exactly.
detour signs and things like that.
We want this thing to only grow. We want
Correct.
this to be the first of many years working with you guys and doing many, many of these,
Right.
fall festivals and bring, we want to bring community back to Archer. So
Yeah.
we want
Right.
this thing to be something that we'll all enjoy.
And not to drag it up, but what comes to my mind is Commissioner Penny, what you and I just attended with the movie night and their impetus, and tell us what else, you know, we can do for exposure for the sheriff's office and what they're trying to do and Children's Trust. We might get a strong support from the sheriff's office than normal because what they just put on with the movie night, you know, supporting the Children's Trust and things like that. They may say, hey, this is another opportunity to beef up the Children's Trust and what the sheriff is trying to do and
Most assuredly.
his
And,
image in the county and things like that, so.
And as we move forward, we'll make sure that you're on board with everything
Yeah,
as
if you could
well.
possibly just update us at the next meeting or in the next meeting or two, would be great. We'd have you as a guest again, so.
Thank you all.
So that was gonna,
Yeah.
so that was gonna be my
Yes,
question.
ma'am.
Would you be opposed to us waiting or tabling this until next month, giving you time to speak with the sheriff's office? Because if this is not a go and they say, no, we can't do that, then we have to come back and, and
At
adjust.
this point, it is what it is. We want to move forward, so we will,
And we
we'll
want
take
you to-
whatever you guys give us and we'll keep plugging away.
Okay.
Trying to make sure that we get all the i's dotted and the t's crossed.
So basically, the amended motion or consideration would be to just table until we include the sheriff's office.
Correct.
Is your homework assignment, and basically you have our approval contingent on that and the support of the proper detour signs.
Most assuredly.
Yes.
We'll keep you in, we will forward emails as well to you so that even if we can't be here in person, we can keep you an email so that you know what's going on.
And send it to Mr. Martin's city office email as well as possibly Mr. Barber coming on board tomorrow.
Thank you.
Are you gonna?
And I was gonna also suggest, just in case you run into a problem with that, because look like you're blocking from the museum all the way up to the Masonic.
We are just from the, before the entrance to, before Arnold's Gate,
Yes.
just to the other side of the museum, right there, just that little corner of the road right there.
Okay.
There's two residences there.
Which would block the traffic.
No, it'll be before that. It'll be before the residents there. So they could, where I'm talking about is right there at, we'll block it off right before the house next door. And before the house, coming in where, Miss Diane used to live.
Right.
Before that.
That's
So
the two
those-
residences,
Yep.
the Mary Hope and then the new residences that are behind her.
Yep.
That's just the two
So those
affected
are
on
the
that.
two, we're not gonna block any of that.
And
That'll
then-
be,
And then you're gonna go all the way to the Bethlehem Presbyterian Church and stop at 135th there
we're gonna stop at the jail.
at the jail.
At the jail for this time. Next year, we might decide we want it bigger and keep going. But at the jail for this time is where we're planning to stop.
Okay.
And we've spoken with the Historical Society, and they have graciously said that we might be able to use their area if we can get on board with the Sheriff's Department to have them put their riot trucks there.
Okay.
And give a little tour of the jail and give a little bit of tour of the equipment.
Okay.
And it gives them a way out in an emergency, God forbid.
And the
that they need
station
it.
has.
They have an exit right there.
Okay.
So we're working a lot of sides. We'll continue to update you. Thank you so much.
Okay. So we have a,
Thank you.
My suggestion was just gonna be, in case if you did run into a problem, just for that night, that you may have to leave open, if you run into a problem with the sheriff's office, that you may have to just leave open and lead way just for that night, and maybe you could close off the rest of it that Saturday morning.
Okay.
So that's just gonna be my suggestion. That's why I asked that, because there is a lot of traffic that
Understood.
goes that way. You know, now a lot of people walk a lot of time too, you know. Like a lot of kids and stuff like that walks that route, you know, from the other side of town. So that was just gonna be my suggestion. You may have to shut off maybe the rest of part of it, and then maybe the rest of it, if the sheriff office says so.
Okay.
You know, that next morning. So, yeah.
I will,
So,
Commissioner Green, you were the motion maker? so
Yes.
You want to just change your motion to table until he comes back to us?
So I make a motion to table this until they get further info from the sheriff
Next
office.
meeting.
Yeah, at the next meeting.
and second,
And
yes.
then your second?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yes.
All right, all those in,
And thank you all so much.
thank
it
you
was
very
an honor.
much.
Thank you.
I said I have a question, I'm sorry.
That's all right. We're in
Okay,
discussion.
one of the questions is, are you having vendors or do you need more vendors?
We are always needing vendors. We do have vendors,
Okay.
and we
But
would
you're looking-
love to have more.
Okay, and then my other statement was going to be, maybe we can, post it, that it is going to be closed prior to the, that day. Like a couple of weeks before we start posting it on,
Have the map posted here at the
And-
post office
yeah, different places where people can be aware.
and have it on the website as well.
Right,
Okay.
all right,
Perfect.
and thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I had a little bit of experience with this. I was both where y'all are sitting and as city manager in Hawthorne putting on homecoming. And homecoming in Hawthorne, last time I was involved in it was about 2 years ago, drew 15,000 people. So that's not a bad thing, but it takes planning and that type of, and with social media, that it gets out. Don't worry about the signs. That's the easy part. I can get them from Department of Transportation and the county, not a problem. It's very easy. The coordinating with the sheriff's department, I know the first question they're gonna ask you. They're gonna ask you about, what type of force you need. Because like in Hawthorne, they planned originally it was about 5,000 was coming, but all of a sudden it just went crazy. And it literally blocked traffic from Waldo Road to Hawthorne. That whole road was clogged, both directions, had to shut it down. I'm not predicting that with this, I'm just saying that they came back to the city of Hawthorne for the future ones, and I was not involved in the future ones because this was afterwards, but they were concerned about the cost of law enforcement. Okay. We also had one of these trunk or treat type situations. I'm sure y'all have heard of those types of things. And it was by the Women's Club, and they wanted, I forgot, it was several $1,000 they wanted for law enforcement, and they couldn't produce that. The city wasn't in a position to produce it, so they didn't end up pulling that off. Homecoming actually can get money for that. The county also has funds that are available for these types of things, both in promoting it and other things. I don't know what their time frame is to turn that around. So those are the things. The signage is the easy part, but the other is a negotiation.
Well, working with ACPO and the city, and we used to have bigger crowds, but it done dwindled down. We got private security, which was way cheaper than going through a Alachua County Sheriff's Department. So that might be an option if you're looking for crowds that big, and we need that.
And the contingency
That
for additional
extra
parking, for additional parking.
Right,
That might come up, and you'd have to use Wilson Robinson Park for the overflow parking based on attendance
Right.
and things like that. So,
That's just a skip and a hop.
not to make it more convoluted,
Oh,
but
it's
just
always convoluted.
the
I
more
mean, it's-
excited we get, the more people we start
That's
bringing. and
exactly
here we
right.
go.
That's
So,
what I want
right.
to see. I would love to have an issue of, hey, where are we
Parking.
gonna put everybody?
Parking.
That
yeah.
would be absolutely
Yeah.
amazing. I would love to see
Yep.
people flocking to Archer, and the issue is, the convenience stores ran out of soda.
Right.
That to me would be an absolutely perfect day.
Correct.
When all the vendors run out and all the stores run out of stuff,
As
and
long as
Archer has to
5,000
back up.
cars aren't parking at the Kangaroo, we're okay.
Yeah.
So we've had that with block parties here, so. okay.
But my friends, thank you. It was an honor. I will go back to my Masonic Lodge and inform them of everything.
Okay.
And we will work on getting everything resolved.
All right.
Thank you. We haven't gotten there, but I'm sure we're getting there soon.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
All right.
you.
So we have a motion, second, to table this until further information is brought back to us. We've heard from the dais. Yes, ma'am. Anything else regarding this tabled motion to ensure we have this
Yes.
information and security that we need? So,
Right. Pat Wiggins, citizen. I'm all for community events. I think they're, help the community to grow and stay together. And so thank you for, coming up and presenting this. However, being a person who was on a committee, which was the Archer Cultural Progressive Organization, I tell you, we had a time. We had to, and security was gonna be one of my questions. Because that everything just seemed to go over so smooth, and I mean, we were grilled to death. We had to hire security, and it was very expensive. You talk about road closing, it was just almost not possible. We used to do a 3-day event. I got so much pushback until I decided we would just do one day. It was just so much pushback because the event was growing. There was lots of rumors about this happening, that happening. We couldn't pull, as far as the sheriff's department, anything about anybody, being shot and those kinds of things. Now, there sometimes would be people come from other areas and they may have a little fight or whatever, but guess what? That happens at Gator football games, Gator Nationals, and everywhere. And then the city manager here, he talked about the Hawthorne Festival, and how it grew. And yeah, that's a good problem, but unless this diocese has changed, they don't like for you to have a big turnout, but it is something that I think that we really should embrace. And I think that with, with guidelines, then it should be fine. I know he said Friday, is the event like a 2-day event, Friday and Saturday?
It's a one-day event.
Oh, it's one day. Okay, 1-day event, okay. And the hours of event again, what was it? The hours?
It would be that Saturday.
Basically, around 8 o'clock in the morning, we'll start and should roll up by about 6 with a couple hours for here.
Okay, 8 to 6, okay. In my mind, for some reason, I had 8 p.m. until I'm like, what? They're gonna start at 8 p.m.? And I just was like,
That
I
was,
can't believe you
that
all
was for
are.
vendor setup. That's
Okay.
what the overnight
Okay.
thing, like the old Yulee Day.
Yeah,
when
for
the
setup,
vendors would
that's
come in
fine,
the
yeah.
evening and set up.
Okay, I was just
That's-
thinking it was starting at 8 p.m.
No.
This is the letter.
This is the letter, you
can,
you want, okay,
I do.
okay.
I hadn't really read it yet.
Okay.
But thank you all.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the comment.
I'd like to address, what Ms. Wiggins was talking about. Oh, I'm sorry.
Can we let the
Yes.
other comments come and then you
Okay.
can certainly address.
Bill Lewandowski says, I think it's a great event. The only comment I have is that we should consider sending out letters to those houses that may be on the same street. So like, 137th Street, those couple of houses there, a couple of houses past where you live, just so that there's no misunderstandings if somebody goes down there, yeah. So I think
It's a
it'll,
courtesy.
yeah, it's a courtesy. It'll save a lot of problems and
Thank
questions in the future,
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Lewandowski.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just respond to Mr. Lewandowski's comment. As we've been discussing this and looking through our ordinances, and there is an ordinance about street vacations that requires the signatures of the owners of the properties abutting the street to be closed.
Good close. Okay.
So I can work with Mr. Martin to get that information over to this citizen, and then he can do the proper things and then bring it back at the next meeting, and then there'll be a hearing on it.
Okay. Thank you.
Are we speaking to a motion or is this public comment?
To the
It's a
motion to
motion.
table, but anything with that, it was
Yeah.
specific to the tabled motion until the other information is brought forward to us. Yes, sir.
Donald Barber. I think the event that's been mentioned is a phenomenal opportunity. I've dealt with this, as Mr. Martin has, quite a bit in my career. One of the things that I would recommend that the commission do, not just for this event, but as a standard, that's what needs to be done. You guys need to place standards to vet, and it'll answer all the questions that you've heard and that you had. There needs to be a special event contract or application that is designed. And it would lay out all this criteria for you guys to analyze and have all these questions answered. Particularly, there's the liability, the indemnification of the city, and whatever costs may be incurred. So this is oftentimes when you would ask the Archer Masonic Lodge, what are you being responsible for, or what are you asking the city of Archer to be responsible for? So currently, with the financial situation that it is, I don't think that the commission is offering financial support. But to Mr. Martin's point, whether it's private security or whether it's the sheriff's office, they're not going to send on-duty officers here. They're going to schedule special events hours. And I've worked with Marion County and Levy County, and those are a much higher rate than what they make per hour because it covers other things from the agency. So I would just say that that application that could be developed would put forward the expectations of Archer Masonic Lodge, the expectations of the city, and the expectations of anyone else that's a party to the event. And that's what I would hopefully recommend that you guys go down in developing so that these things can run a little bit more smoothly and that there's a process put in place.
You're absolutely right, because we have an application for our parks and for our Archer Community Center, but we don't have one for streets.
But we have an events,
Application.
application.
We do have an events application, Now, whether it reaches out all those components, we'll find out. Yes, ma'am.
Because there used to be an application
ma'am.
for an event.
For Yulee Day,
And we thought, because it called for proof of liability,
yep,
you know,
additional
insurance.
insured or whatever
and,
they're using, private
yeah.
property.
So
Yes, ma'am.
there is one somewhere.
Okay, so if we could just find that, whatever, and provide that to you. Thanks, sir.
I just want to say something to address what Ms. Wiggins said, and she was right. There used to be a really big event. I'm a part of that neighborhood. I think that problem was because it's in a neighborhood, and it blocked a lot of traffic down those streets. You got small streets, where up here it's more open. And we did used to have Yulee Day, and you didn't have that problem like that. So the difference was, Ms. Wiggins, that's in a residential neighborhood, and the traffic would be on both sides of the road, and it was a disrespect to the residents of the neighborhood. But a great event. But I just think it was just a disrespect to us, because we'd have to go there and couldn't get to our homes, and, and then sometimes people would curse you out, or they'll just sit there if they're trying to get by. If emergency vehicles had to get by, they couldn't get by. So that's the difference. I think when you're in a more open area, then it's much better. You got 3 or 4 different avenues to get there. So I think that was a problem with our neighborhood, because I probably was one of the ones to speak out, even though, great event. And then it would draw in so many people that wasn't about something good, and we'd be left with them in our neighborhood. You understand? When the night was over, the event was over, then they won't have the big block body party. They would block off our streets and stuff, and it was just disrespectful. But the people that put on the event, and it was nice. It went well. My mom them started it years and years ago. They started the ACPO. I can bring y'all the papers. I have the original papers of where my dad submitted those papers for the ACPO. I told Ms. Jenkins I'm gonna give her a copy. So it started as something nice, but the thing about it, sometimes when it grows too big, other people come in and they disrespect the neighborhoods. And that was a lot of the residents in the area problem with that. But other than that, great event. So you do have to have that security, or to make sure your neighborhood gets cleaned out when everything is over. So that's what will happen with that. But it started off as a great event. I agree.
So like Mr. Barber said, and we've said before, all events need to be treated the same. They all need to be treated the same. And I think that was the main point that she was making. And we do have an events application, or we had. So I think that is something that Mr. Colward, that he could get from City Hall. But we have to be careful to make sure that every time an organization comes up here for an event, that we are treating each of them the same. But because it does sound like a good event, and I'm excited about it, but I also know about what was going on with ACPO and their events, and they were good events, and I was excited about them as well. So I think that is the pretty much the main idea, is that we up here need to be careful that when our citizens are coming to do something, that we make sure all of them are doing the same thing to put on an
And I agree with that, but I just think at the same time, we have to consider the locations. That's why we are talking about now, as far as blocking off the streets and making sure it's safe for all of our residents. So, so I agree with that.
That's
I agree with
fine,
that.
but we still
we have to
need to do
take
events.
locations into consideration.
Okay, so let's go to a vote. All those in favor of tabling this until the event application is provided to Mr. Cowart, completed and brought back to us with the assistant requirements from the Alachua County Sheriff's Office. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you again, Mr. Cowart. All right, next is public announcements. Anyone? For the good of the country and city of Archer. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, Jasmine Thomas of Alachua County
Hi.
Sheriff's Office. So since movie night did turn out well, and thank you for y'all for coming.
Thank you for having it,
Yeah, it was great.
What's your name once again?
Jasmine? Yes.
Jasmine.
We are doing, we're calling it Alachua County Sheriff's Office Spring Break Fun. So every day of spring break, we're going to our different municipalities, and we're wanting to do like an outdoor field day. And so we were thinking of doing it at Wilson Robson Park again. So Michelle will get with you about getting the form filled out. But pretty much we're giving away free hamburgers and hot dogs. We're have these giant outdoor games that we're going to play, and hopefully we can get some deputies there to interact with the kids. It's just for kids that are normally home during spring break that don't have anywhere to go. Just a couple of hours just to
Super.
have them there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions on that?
I just want to apologize for not attending that night. That was a bad night. It was a Wilson Newberry game. And, and I had a senior night. I went to like 2 or 3 different places that night, and senior night for one of my kids at the church. So I think that might have been part of our low turnout, because Wilson's Newberry High School gym was jam-packed.
Honestly, I think it was a good turnout for the first time us doing something like that.
Awesome.
Do you have the
But I
date
wanted to
set?
be there.
So
Even though
we're
you don't-
either gonna do it that Tuesday or Thursday. If there is a date that works better, we can work that in.
So it'd be a Tuesday or Thursday again, and that's in March?
Yes, it will be. So it'll be the March 17th or March 19th.
March 17th or 19th. Okay,
Yes.
that was what I needed to know. Just
I'm a still Irish question. Do you have a business card?
Yes.
You don't have to steal it, just use it.
nice, Mary. You're getting infectious now with that. And your takeaway, if you don't mind, not to put you to work, but I know I recruited the Alachua County Sheriff's Office earlier with the fall event with Mr. Cowart. If you could maybe pass the card to him, just if y'all wanted to participate in that event itself, not from security, I'm talking about,
Yeah, as a table. Yes, I
yeah,
did
just for
give him.
Children's Trust and what y'all are trying to work towards. I mean, I just think it would be wonderful to have your presence in that fall festival event.
Yes, sir. I did give him my card,
Okay.
and I told him if he forwarded me the information. And it's kind of best if you kind of do bullet points of what you're asking from us. And I can forward that to my captain, who's our direct report to
Yeah.
the sheriff's office.
And I don't mean to put you work for security, I just mean
Nope.
a table, the
That-
kind of thing
and
you're doing
honestly,
now
coming
with,
for me, going that way, it'll be the easiest probably for him to get it to the
okay,
sheriff's
wonderful.
office. So
Thank-
it's no problem. And yes, we probably would love to table at that event as well, because it
Yeah,
sounds like it'll
I'd
be
love to have you.
a
Okay,
good thing.
thank you very much.
On another note, we are planning to be at our substations now. We're gonna open our substations and be there once a month for residents. So if they have any concerns, questions, need help with resources, need a deputy for anything, we understand it's hard to get to Hawthorne Road from here. So we're gonna open from 10 to 2 right now, every 4th Tuesday. And I will send you a flyer if you wanna get that posted, and we'll
Yeah.
probably drop some off if anyone wants to take any.
And people can come to the substation that we have at the Archer Community Center for certain hours, or that would be wonderful. Maybe a sign or something to remind people.
Yes, so,
And we can put it on our,
yes, I
our
have
keyboard.
a flyer, but sitting here I realized I forgot to send in the address, so I don't want to give it to you.
Yeah, yeah.
So once I get that fixed, I can send it to you tomorrow. If you could post it to your website,
That's
and then we'll also drop some off so we can have some so people can just see it.
Yep.
And then we'll also probably put like a board outside whenever we're there, so
Yeah,
people actually
that's wonderful.
they ride
Thank
by,
you.
they know it. But yeah, go ahead.
You said once a month?
Yes,
You
so
ought to be there, so,
we're gonna go every 4th Tuesday.
okay, 4 Tuesdays of the month.
And that was 10 to 2.
Yes, ma'am. Right now we're gonna try 10 to 2 and see how those hours work.
Yeah.
If we need to come later or earlier or extend it, we'll do that. Just kind of depends on the outcome. It's new. People don't really know about the substations. They've been empty for a very long time, pretty much forever, so since they opened. So we're hitting all the municipalities. So it's something that's going to take time to build.
It answers that question. Well, what do they do when they're there? Well, you got an answer for them now besides whatever else they use that.
I think they weren't using them. Deputies would maybe hang out if they needed like a microwave, to be honest. So now me or Michelle
That's
are
wonderful.
going to be there, and if they do need a deputy, we can call them.
Yep.
But we're also trying to offer like resources and stuff like within the community and stuff that people might not be aware of. Or if you need things from the sheriff's office, like even fingerprinting, like we can give you those resources.
Great idea.
Mm,
Thank you
One
very
other
much.
question, how soon will you know what date you all would be for the youth thing?
Spring break fun.
No, what date? I mean, how soon will you know what date?
Tomorrow I can get you a day. We kind of wanted to bring it up and see like if y'all didn't have a preference on what day works best. I didn't know if y'all had anything that was going on during spring break, so I kind of just wanted to see. But I can.
There's something probably be fine. They don't have anything to do around here.
Yeah.
So,
I can email the flyer for that as well tomorrow and get you the details for it.
Her and her partner were easy to work with, so she sends it to me. I will send it out to y'all. I will post it. I'll keep you updated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other announcements? Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
I don't
Well,
know.
Welcome, Madam
Lizzie Jenkins, I don't know if it's an announcement or not, but I'd like to say to this young lady, I met her 2 weeks ago at the Archer Food Giveaway, which we are hosting again tomorrow, my church, at Maddox Foundry, okay? And it starts at 11 o'clock. Please get the message out. We had so much food last time. I took more home than I should have, okay, because we were trying to get rid of it. So please come. That's not why my purpose for standing here. I just want to ask
Maddox Park, right?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
That's why I pay you, to keep me right.
You pay me? Okay.
Mr.
That's a
Keller,
first.
I just want to ask you a personal question. Where have you been?
No, she didn't.
We need what you are recommending. We need that in Archer. I love Archer. I don't live in the city limits. Archer is the best place in the world. We have so much work to do. We need to come together and bring this community together. I'm just fed up with the distance we are apart. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Thank you very much.
Oh, my 3 minutes are up.
No, just
So
thank
you
you.
agree
Thank
with
you
me?
goes a long way. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we have, and I look forward to working with you, and I'm going to give you one of my cards. I am a member of the ACPO, the Historical Society. When is our meeting, Ann? The 19th of this month. Be there at the United Methodist Church. Okay, be present. We got something going on that we need to keep moving positively for our kids. I'm all about kids. So this is the work for the next generation. Thank you very much. My story, and I'm sticking to it.
Thank you.
yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Announcements?
Yes, I guess this is an announcement. So I would like to let you all know that I am now the president of the Bethlehem Methodist Episcopal Cemetery Restoration Organization,
Congratulations.
BMECRO for short. Ms. Lopez stepped down in December. She stepped down as president, although she is still a very active member of the organization. And I know that the city is one of our community partners and has supported our organization and efforts in the past. So I want you all to please continue to work with us. We don't have any events on the calendar right at this time. However, we're always busy cleaning the cemetery, picking up limbs, having trees cut down that might mess up, headstones and those kinds of things. Doing fundraisers. So we're always busy, and we'll be letting you all know what's on our schedule, and hopefully you all can come out and help us. And I would like to say also, very recently, Florida Public Archaeology Network, we call them FPAN, they just finished the the GPR, which is the ground penetrating radar of the entire cemetery. And so there's still, that information is very tedious and, but they're looking at it. So they don't have the final count right now as to how many people are buried out there. And I did find out that they can give us a good and a professional idea of the number of people. I thought they would be able to give us the exact, but they have been trained to do what they do. Wow. And as they presented all this stuff, of course, I didn't understand some of it, or lots of it, but they know. And so anyway, we'll be getting that information hopefully, in the near future. So with that being said, I want to thank you all for your support, and I definitely look forward to you all continuing to work with us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, may I say something in reference to that? I just wanted to give kudos to Mrs. Lopez because she secured a $5,000 grant from Duke Energy to continue her efforts at the cemetery. And so the woman never stops working.
That's true. That's true. I mean, we can be up here for a long time talking about all that she's done, and I'm like you, I like to give people their props, and she really has worked. So, yeah.
She got that from Duke or GRU? Did you say? I'm sorry.
Duke.
Duke Energy.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, Vice Mayor Bailey. My name is Jackson Coward. I was here at the October meeting. I am the Worshipful Master now of Archer Masonic Lodge from 197. That is my dad. Thank you. So last time I was here, I was actually spearheading the committee on the Fall Festival, where I provided the commissioners and the mayor a 38-page document detailing everything on the Fall Festival. I was going to be here earlier. Our meeting just got out at the lodge, or else I would have been here as well. But it was a 38-page document, as well as the special events application.
Completely.
So we did turn all that in. I know that we're well past that. I did just want to make sure that everybody knew that. That was all turned in. But the security was also detailed in that 38-page document as well. Okay. But that concludes my time. Thank you, everybody, for what you do. And I look forward to working with you, Austin.
Thank you very much for that update. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Green.
And Green, I just want to make an announcement. May 9th, we're having Train Day at the depot. And it's going to be a festival, and we need vendors. And we're partnering with the Archer Branch Library. So at 2 o'clock, there will be a presentation at the library, and it's Johnny Nelson, rails and trails and trains and whatever. He did this at the Matheson a couple of years ago. It's about a 2-hour presentation. But that's May 9th, so put that on your calendar.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Moving on to public comments. Anyone? Yes, sir.
Before I get started, I was curious, we have Mr. New here, that's always exciting. I don't think he's on the agenda. Are you going to be speaking tonight on anything? Do you have anything planned for us?
It's not on the agenda.
There's an agenda item that I'm speaking to.
Oh, okay. All right, I didn't see anything specific toward Woodland and Curran, but, okay, let me, first couple things. I thought the joint meeting tonight was a good one. I thought it was solid. I think communication is a good thing, and I thought there was some communication and a lot of listening and talking, and which leads me into Commissioner Green. I love your passion. I just want to bottle that up, and the way you kind of feel for Archer, and you you know, it's always in your heart, and that comes through. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I think Mr. Martin's doing a fantastic job. I don't know if tonight is his last night or if he's going to be extended. I think you're going to talk about that later. But from what I can tell, I think he's done a very good job with trying to get the ship going in the right direction. I've heard Mr. Barber speak a couple times now, and I'm very impressed with him. I'm impressed with his passion, his professionalism, and I think the future is very bright with him coming in. And I hope that he had mentioned the possibility of working for free and having Mr. Martin stay on. I hope that remains at least for a month to get some continuity. I think that the two of them could accomplish some really good things. Really want to hear more about the accounting aspect. I'd love to see us get 2 accountants and get caught up and have them in-house. You know, the bank statement or the bank account, I'm not sure how we forgot about that. That's something that leads into possible fraud and where money's gone. I know that I was not able to attend, and I don't think it was very well attended either, the Archer, or the audit. The Gainesville Sun did a story on it. Couple of the things that are concerning, and I know this maybe happened under Charles Hammond and Cindy Thomas, but it could, I don't know if Deanna was part of it. I don't know the timeline, but when he says, Perla said that he was missing documentation, discrepancies, and incomplete reports, it goes on to say, we experienced delays in receiving essential reports. We were provided with inaccurate reports. Cindy Thomas sent an email to the commission stating that the 941s weren't done, as we all know. Perla added that funds were improperly allocated, that they noticed instances where utility revenue was double entered into the accounting system and deposits were recorded to a closed bank account. And of course, lastly, they mention in here the $14,500 of money that was stolen. I just hope that, you know, we can get the financial stuff back on track and get the profits and losses and where we are with, you know, any of those type of financial statements. And I'm optimistic. I don't know how much Commissioner Fiore has had to help. I know that she asked great questions and she is kind of a watchdog, but we really need boots on the ground and people in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Anyone else for comments? Yes, sir, Mr. Lewandowski.
Good evening again. Just a couple of things. One is I would like to hear a more detailed status on the concrete batch plant. I've written several letters. You've had my expression of concern. I was confused by what I heard from you earlier today with the county commission. So I'd really like to hear what the details are. It was in fact that the site plan was improperly approved. That's my assessment. But I'd like to hear from the attorney in that regard. And if so, what's being done? In my opinion, this should have been taken care of months ago. I mean, it really is a self-inflicted wound. You know, my observation is that the site plan should have gone through the proper review process. That was blown off. You guys blew me off when I brought it up to your attention. And now we're months later, and really this should have been settled. This is a self-inflicted wound. Sewer meeting. I look forward to hearing that. I look forward to hearing some real details to the citizens so they know what the impact of the sewer is going to be, because they don't know.
Would be a town hall meeting.
Town hall meeting, yes. So I keep on hearing you're going to have it. I don't hear when, and I'm hoping we'll get some real details out of that when it
I do not provide misinformation, Mr. Lewandowski.
What's that?
I do not provide misinformation. That's what the town hall meeting calendar is about, and waiting on that calendar. But
Yeah, I think you misunderstood me. Yeah. Just to clarify, okay? The citizens have not been given current information in terms of what the impact is going to be on them personally.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying you gave us misinformation on the sewer. I'm waiting for real information.
Yes.
Okay, just to be clear. I also look forward to hearing a detailed update on the finances. I didn't attend the meeting. I did watch the whole meeting, and I have a copy of the report. It's bad, and I'm looking to hear an update. I hear lots of promises, lots of we're going to fix things. As you know, I'm not somebody who likes to blow a lot of smoke and say happy things and throw flowers around. Okay, that's not me. So as a citizen, I really want to hear how this is going to be fixed, when it's going to be fixed, and what the plan is. Please do that for us, because it has been months since the former city manager left. It's been months since we've talked about this. I really want to hear a plan. Thank you.
Anyone else under comments, please? First order of business under old business.
Excuse me, Mayor, are we going to answer any of the questions that were asked? I thought we said that we would listen to the audience, have them take the questions, and
Which
then.
question would you like to bring up to answer?
Did you have some?
Sure, so can we get an update on the batch plant?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was in her report, but go ahead.
Yeah, and I can,
Okay, so,
Prepared enough.
okay, well, hold on. So I don't know what's in her report because I don't have a listed items that she's gonna outline. So I don't know how you know that she has that, but I didn't know that she's gonna if you're gonna talk about it in your report, that's fine, but how would I to know that? So there was other comments made. The audit questions, is anyone want to address any of those? What the next procedure is going to be for that? There was a lot of questions thrown out there. I guess I'll have to do better notes taking down each question and make sure that we're addressing them. But I could have swore that last meeting we had, we said that you all come up and tell us your questions and we'll wait and then we'll answer them all. And if we can't, we'll tell you we're going to get to you in blah, blah, blah timeframe.
That is correct. We answer after everyone is done, if we have the answers. If we don't, then those are things
Those are recorded for updates. I was inferred updates, and he's looking for an update, audit questions, update, and so duly noted is what I can say to you until we have an officer decision tonight to have them work in concert together, discuss the decision that was made last week regarding our accounting status and the issues that were going on with that, to be able to address now some of those audit situations. The reason, for example, to answer a question about the incomplete tabled item with the bank accounts is because we have an individual that was an accounting specialist in Temp Force that only provided that. So we have some more problems to solve.
So can we just say
We will-
that tonight, as the
duly
meeting
noted.
progresses, we some of those questions will be answered?
Yeah, Mayor, I'm not trying to get on you, well, maybe I am, but.
That's fine.
So,
Got some
give
strong-
an answer to them then, because I was ready, like, I thought you were gonna say, okay, to answer so-and-so's question, we have to wait until we have two people on board so they can be in cahoots together to come up with an answer. Or the attorney is going to give an update on the batch plant in her already formulated report. Things like that. Instead, we were just gonna start into the next topic. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, for clarification, for example, the batch plan and the update, there's an email recorded by Mr. Lewandowski saying thank you for the provided information and the status of that situation. Not to be evaluated about his opinion of an error made and whether that's valid or not. So I'm not going to speak to answering that. But the gentleman has an email on record saying thank you to our attorney. Thus, then
That, it didn't
Then the-
answer the question that was in that
the
email.
attorney is now going to give that in her
Okay.
report. That's how
Well,
I
I'll
know
wait
that.
to
That
hear
answers
that.
your question.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, I said thank you because He told me he was looking into it. That was a couple of weeks ago.
And-
Okay, so that was not a status update. That was, hey, we're looking into it. Okay, so
So to
there's
answer your
two
question
different
regarding
things.
that, it's in the attorney's report to
All right,
speak
thank
to
you.
that this evening.
You could have said that before.
And the audit, the two gentlemen have to get together with the status of the accounting staffing to be able to provide more information on the audit as we proceed forward. We have March 16th to answer the questions that the state and the audit has presented for them to answer to, for us to answer to that. March 16th.
So, again, I think the better answer is that most of the questions, or several of the questions, will be answered in the meeting going forward, in our old and new business. And let's go ahead so we can answer these questions.
Are you still on public comment?
Well, we weren't, he had just finished it. He was
It
getting
was
ready to
required
go.
to start giving answers by a commissioner, and so that's the action we're in. We're through with comments at this time, Mr. Barber. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
just to answer one of the questions,
Certainly.
I in my report, that I was gonna give an update on the accounting situation.
Thank
At your discretion, I could do it sooner, but that's up to you, but I was gonna give you an update report, cause literally it's fluid, and I got some more details literally just before we convened the earlier meeting.
Based on the sake that it's 9:05, my recommendation is that we keep the order of the agenda business so that each entity has that same respect to give their reports. All due respect to everyone in this room. Not trying to be a parliamentarian with Robert's Rule of Order. That's the position we're in, and I'm trying to hold to that without emotions. So Commissioner Fiore, if you have anything that you would like to address and answers directly to that based on that committal, please move forward. But otherwise, it's all been duly noted and recorded.
No, I got the answer when I heard it's going to be in the reports. That's all it needed to be expressed.
Thank you. Old business, first item is ASO trespass agreement. Madam Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this was brought up at the last meeting. The concern was, and this is something that we had entered into with the sheriff's office, or the city had entered into with the sheriff's office before. The concern that was brought up by the commission was that there's kids that play basketball on these public places and shouldn't have to risk being approached by law enforcement and being arrested based on the statute of what law enforcement can do. So this is the standard form. There's one way to handle that would be for individuals to have a permission slip from the city that says I can be on here during certain times. I think that's overly cumbersome. That causes all kinds of issues, I think. Another way to handle it would be to allow ASO to enforce their trespass authority on public property except for that park. Or except for during certain hours at that park. So that's something that can be done as well. So, I mean, as far as the agreement goes, it's standard, and it would just be at the pleasure of the commission and you, Mr. Mayor, as to whether or not you want to enter into that, or whether you want to do any of those conditions. Accepting the property itself, accepting it with certain hours, or issuing permissions for certain people to be on the park, or not entering into the agreement at all. Which would just mean that people can still be trespassed, but it would have to be a specific call from the city saying people are trespassing on city property, instead of law enforcement being out there, just being able to do it with this authorization.
So you entertaining questions? Because I have one that's
Yes.
major. We've established park hours. Only by exception if you have an event in a park or whatever that, goes beyond the park hours would it be altered. So this is years ago. We were told, put your signage up, have your rules and regulations, park rules and regulations established with the park hours, and then that allows the officers to be able to act in their duties as in their capacity of how they're supposed to protect this municipality. That's not enough.
That is enough. I think one of the things that was brought up at the commission meeting last month was that kids are out there outside of those hours.
Safety and, consideration of, peaceful living around the residents, around the parks, both parks at this point, all parks that are in Archer. And so, if the signage isn't there any longer, then it's a facility situation and we need to redo that signage for whatever the cost of doing business. I can't tell you right now whether, I think Wilson Robinson is up to date with parks and to dawn to dusk, because we established that so we could dealt with daylight savings times, dawn to dusk, no matter what month of the year it is. Pretty simple. And as long as that's remitted to the ASO team, then they can act.
Yes, so I brought up the problem. I brought up the situation because I live right next door to a basketball court. And I see kids on there all the time, especially during the summer when it is dark. And they're not necessarily out there doing anything wrong. They just don't have anywhere else to go, anything else to do. And my concern is a child could get a citation. And I'm telling you, I have been to court, sitting in courtrooms. You would think things that kids, something that happened when they're a child, you would think it would go away. But that person can get in trouble as an adult. They will bring that no trespassing back on that kid. It won't ever go away. So I would hate to see a child get a citation or could possibly go to jail over something like that when they're just trying to spend a little time shooting basketball. Now her question was, we can keep all those other things for all the other parks or the city hall and all those other things and exclude that one. I speak on that one because I live right next door to it and I know what I see.
May I ask you a question, Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Since your proximity to Green Courts, does it have signage right now with the hours of operation?
It has the signage on there from, like you said, sun up
And that's
to
incorrect because
dusk.
it's a lighted basketball court. So
Right.
we need to,
But that sign is there.
and even if we have to put a question here to the surrounding residences to ensure their peace, use their recommendation and it be brought back as information for us. 10 o'clock at night, I don't want to set the time.
Right.
I'm not a basketball player on Green Courts basketball.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not an authoritarian either, but I do respect the residents around the area.
Yes.
In a lighted park, I presume it still lights up at night.
It does.
It does.
It
They
does.
still play b-ball like they used to do down there at Wilson
Mm-hmm.
Robinson. And I'm just saying that if that park court needs to be addressed with different hours, then let's establish the signage appropriately. And I think
That's
that,
what she was throwing out there.
but just the
That we
sign
might just have to
itself
do
and
it.
updating the sign to say,
Yes.
here's the hours of operation for Green Courts
Mm-hmm.
can do it, because then it affords the officers the ability to then monitor that without a special ticket or the citation as the recourse. I don't think we need to get into all that.
Right.
But in respect to, and I'm profiling the church or whatever right there, if it's loud at 11 o'clock and you're having a midnight service or whatever, what time is?
We don't ever hear it. We don't ever hear it.
But, and I hear your
That they
voice.
have been out there at
You know
11
what I'm saying?
o'clock
There's
at
other
night.
residents.
We don't hear it.
I mean, I don't want a citizen coming up here and say, well, who decided on 9 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock? I go to bed at 9 or 10. I mean, I would like to have that input, and maybe
Yeah,
I'm
we don't
asking
hear
too much,
that.
but I'd like the residents surrounding Green Court be just with, how late can this court stay open that it doesn't interrupt your quality of life?
Mm-hmm.
Once we get, there's only, how many residents are there around Green Court? Maybe 10? I mean,
Yeah, there's quite a few
within our
residents, but
decibel
none
hearing
that
level
have
ordinance.
ever had a problem.
Not that those guys
they
are gonna
don't have-
be being loud, but if they have their boombox going or whatever, it's 10.
No, if they have their boombox going, I go out there and say something.
I'm trying to address all parameters, but do this in the simplest way
Right,
possible.
right,
You
right. I
what I'm
understand.
saying? We afford a park lighting, so therefore we just need to have the signage address open and
Yeah,
closed on the.
yeah.
And I think the guys that play ball down there will respect that.
Yeah,
So
they do.
is there a recommendation from the dais so that we can just see if that matches what the citizen survey says? Or do we want to do 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and then put that out to the surrounding citizens?
I would prefer to poll the citizens.
You understand how I'm trying to be just fair to that group of citizens, and if they think 9 o'clock's late enough, even if the guys think it should be 10, we're gonna go with the residents that surround
Right,
that.
and the thing about it is that, I don't know if any of my neighbors that have ever, complained because, some of them have small children and they're glad that they have somewhere to go. And then especially sometimes at night, they'll go sit out there with their, child or something. So I won't say a problem won't happen. I'm just saying we never had one. And it gives the kids a safe place to go.
So let me see if I can go somewhere with this for us, just by consensus, if you all approve. Mr. Martin, if you would inventory the signage at the parks, we have 3, 4, with counting the tot lot. I can't tell you right now from the last time I picked up trash at the tot lot, whether there's proper signage there, but that's not lighted, so it would be a day to dusk.
Right.
The
Tot
2
lot
major
is
parks
fine.
would be day to dusk unless there's a special event application completed or whatever, where we afford some accommodation on lighting. And the green courts would be specific to the lighting and poll the residents around that area. It's just things to do, homework assignment,
Yeah.
and bring that back to us. By consensus, is that acceptable to everyone?
So I've noted it.
Okay, so noted. All right, thank you. And then whatever that expense of updating signage, because I'm sure one of the parks doesn't have the sign it needs, like green courts.
I think most of them have the signage. I don't know if the top.
But
lot,
still having to
but it's
adjust
good. Yeah.
added information
Yeah,
or a
yeah,
strip or something.
that's fine, that's fine.
So we can act on it.
You know, again, I just don't want any of our kids or young people to end up with a citation that will never go away off their record.
That's not included in any of this, just moving this forward. And Madam Attorney, does that give you direction on the way we're gonna try to resolve this without having to go further with trespass? Is it, we would just have the appropriate signage and then communicate that in a letter signed to ASCO? I mean, ACSO. So they know the
ASO, ASO.
Yeah, I'm thinking ACPO, sorry. Yes, you get it, the sheriff's office.
We're actually in the process of doing a citywide sign inventory, so I'll just include
include
that
that.
in there. We're doing a citywide sign inventory because there's obviously gonna be some that need
And
to be
just the
replaced.
courtesy letter to the sheriff regarding.
But I'll get a specific update on the park stuff soon, and I'll send it out to
And
you.
bring that back to us and not under trespass.
Yeah, I'll send out an email telling you what it is, and you can give me your feedback as to what you think it should be if you don't agree with the
I think it will
times.
resolve this issue in and of itself by signage. Okay, thank you. Anyone else, any other feedback? And appreciate it, Commissioner Green. I understand that. I understand. Agenda item 2, revolving fund contract. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this was also tabled from the last meeting. There were some issues with the formatting and language and paragraph references in the the agreement that was presented at the last meeting. So I'll read the resolution by title only, and then I'll explain what the amendment is.
Okay.
Resolution number 2026-05. A resolution of the City of Archer, Florida, approving amendment number 1 to the Clean Water State Revolving Fund Design Loan Agreement WW010320 between the city and the Department of Environmental Protection, making certain findings of fact in support of the city approving said agreement, recognizing the authority of the mayor to execute and bind the city to said agreement, directing the mayor to execute and bind the city to said agreement, repealing all prior resolutions in conflict, and providing an effective date. So what was changed is the deadlines for the actual design to be completed and the repayment to be completed. So it's changed from March 15th of 2025 to September 15th of 2026 for completion of the design, and then the date for repayment from September 15th of 2025 to March 15th of 2027. And then you should have the agreement, the amended agreement that's attached. And I put in italics the amended language.
Mayor,
Entertain a motion for discussion.
yes, discussion? Or,
Entertain a motion.
a motion,
For
that's what,
discussion.
yeah, I'm
All right,
sorry,
takes a
yeah.
motion and a second.
Yeah, I keep forgetting,
Sorry.
sorry. A motion to accept the resolution and the loan agreement, and thank you to the city attorney for correcting all the items.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second from Vice Mayor Bailey. Now discussion, questions? Anything from the dais regarding these Scrivener corrections and date corrections on something that's necessary. Hearing none, any questions, comments from the constituents in the audience regarding this action regarding our state revolving fund? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye as well. In absence of Commissioner Green, nays like sign. Hearing none, motion carries 4-0. Next is item 3, surplus real property.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a resolution that was also tabled from the last meeting due to my confusion on, that we were talking about two different things for two different resolutions. So I'll read this resolution by title only. This was also brought up back in October and November of 2025. So resolution number 2026-06, a resolution of the City of Archer, Florida, declaring certain real property as surplus property, repealing all resolutions in conflict, and establishing an effective date. So the resolution attaches an Exhibit A, which are the legal descriptions for the two parcels of property to be deemed surplus real property for sale pursuant to the resolution that was enacted in 2018. And so that's the resolution, and then after after there's a motion, then I have some additional information about the real surplus property, or I can give that to the commission now.
What's the pleasure?
So moved.
To give her, let her give the information now before we act.
We can. We can.
So I have the surplus property purchase agreement that was brought up back in October, so I have that here. I also, Mr. Martin and I have been trying to figure out what this list is.
It is.
So I went through, found all the properties owned by the city, and you should each have a copy of this. I have 40 different properties. There's
You need to make me a hard copy, because this is how mine came out. So, and I'm not IT savvy, so just, if there's one that's, I
So
mean,
there's-
I read through it, but I'm sorry, mine looks like this. So.
Oh, shoot, okay.
That's all right.
Check your printer settings.
So there's 11 properties that are highlighted in red. Those are all currently in use, not for sale, community center, city hall, parks. There's 3 properties that are in yellow. Those are set aside for the wastewater project lift stations. There are 9 properties in green. Those have previously already been declared surplus property, either in the 2019 resolution or the 2023 resolution. So there's then 17 properties that are in blue on here that I will need direction with the help of Mr. Martin and or members of the commission or Mr. Mayor yourself to tell me which ones of these blue parcel numbers are also surplus property, and then we can get a resolution to declare the rest of them surplus property. So that's my update on all of the other ones, but I wanted to get the resolution done on the 2 that were tabled from back in October. And we were moved from the agenda at the beginning of the meeting, but I wasn't here, so I don't
And
know.
it's something we normally do in calendar January, so we're doing it in February. We're not on time, but we're getting there. So, and it provides the updated information from new commissioners and certainly be able to review some of these things. And questions like, I think on there that the Archer Community Center is not surplus and not for sale.
Correct, it
And
is in
we're-
red,
yeah.
stop.
Yeah, stop. So,
I have a
Yes, ma'am.
question. So
I'm
the,
sorry, can we accept,
Oh.
make a motion to accept, and then we can have full discussion and questions if it's okay.
I did. So moved.
We have a motion, do I have a second?
second.
Second from Commissioner Fiore, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so the Arnold's, I'm assuming these are the 2 parcels that this new resolution will add
Yes, so the,
properties. And so what are these numbers? Like, I
What
looked.
properties are there? Yeah, like where
Like,
are
what
they?
parcel
One
numbers
of them
are they?
is Bethlehem Presbyterian Church. But, I mean, and sake to the whole commission body, I would like to have names by those parcels, if we can.
and so when I went through, because I felt like the easiest way to do it was to look, okay, the first one is 0.49 acres, the second one's 0.24 acres.
Yeah.
I didn't find any of these 40 properties that were .49 acres.
Yeah, I can't
I
either.
found one that was .24 acres, and it wasn't the same legal description. So I have them attached to the resolution just by the legal description, but I don't have the parcel number of which of these blue ones are these two.
So I don't think we can adopt this still if we don't even know which ones we're saying.
We need
These
to
are
go
the-
to the list and
She just told you she doesn't have them on her list.
by name of what we're talking about. Is it in Holly Hills? Is it a residence? Is that an exercise, Mr. Martin, that you can do with Mr. Barber's assistance if you all are working in concert together? Not to table this again, but bring it back to us so then we look at this list and be able to clearly identify it and then bring the resolution back accordingly.
Yes, so this item, I don't know if you can see it, I don't even know what it's called. This property purchase agreement. I don't know what parcel number these are, so that I can go on the property's website and find out exactly where they are and if it's a piece of my property, for example. I don't know how much we're selling them for.
Right.
Do you know how much we're selling
No.
it for?
I don't.
Okay, so that brings me to another question. During the joint county meeting, you made the comment that the surplus properties will sell enough to refund the Wild Spaces Fund. Is that what you're referring to here?
It's 4 of those in that list that have been given appraisals that need to be updated with let me use the example of one that I'm most familiar with, and that's the Bethlehem Presbyterian Church adjoining property on the north side. It's been appraised once.
Okay.
It's been agreed by the trustees to accept that price and please proceed forward with the contract. I think that document is in some of this. It shows a letter that's dated all the way back to 2015. Then a request again, and just currently, when you ask about what's that church letter being in there, the possibility of having a lift station cutout of whatever that is that adjusts the appraisal. I'm speaking on behalf of no one here from the church, but the trustees of the church saying, just tell us what the amount is. Not trying to buy a deal or whatever here, and we'll worry about the 50 by 50 foot cutout and any refund the city may owe us back and the appraisal price, but provide that. That's where that money's coming from that I speak of. I have I have a contract that's been presented to us that we didn't act on at all with a contract price for Mr. Arnold and the properties over there. That's where I'm getting that number from. I'm not making this stuff up. Then we have Mrs. Hope, my wife, and her property that's been given a square footage price times the number of square feet that she wants for her driveway that equates to a monetary amount. And then we have now, correct me when the letter came of interest for the senior center that's not even come before us, that someone wants to purchase that property. And I gave that in my mind, the square footage, stepped it off, using the 2 appraisal square footages of Arnold and my wife's driveway and saying, God, that number of square foot times that square foot price, that's residential, that's industrial, that's residential, coming up and equating to over $200,000. That's 4 properties that equate to over what we owe for the Wild Spaces public places. That's what I spoke to the county in a verbiage, not in a formal letter.
Yeah,
I
yes.
asked 2 meetings ago if we could produce that plan in a formal letter of what I verbalized tonight and saying we were utilizing and acting on our surplus properties and the sales of those to more than, and we had a meeting just last month where I said whatever funds we get, and you were saying let's take some funds and put in that special account if we're going to do it, but demonstrate in a hard special account that we're paying back that money.
Right, this is my issue on it. There's a dollar figure now out there in the world that we're gonna be able to sell this property and repay the Wild Spaces, and that is what we just fronted as our plan to the county.
Correct.
That disappoints me. And to know that I don't see anything coming over my emails saying, this is our expected value based on blah, 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 for this piece of property. I mean, it's just something that you have in your head that got put.
It's a plan.
It's your plan. It's not the commission's plan that we talked about as far as figures. Yes, I agree. If we sell stuff, perfect. You put it to the Wild Spaces to replace it. But I feel like tonight we put out this thing that to the county that based on the 4 that we know we're gonna be selling, and I hope you're right that the figure comes in like that, but we're gonna be able to pay back fully the wild spaces. So,
As a plan. And how many times are we hitting our plan targets?
okay.
So,
Well, and I'm
Besides-
sorry I'm making this meeting go longer, for all the size, but, so are we going to get the parcel numbers before we approve this?
yes, I just asked Mr. Martin if he could work on getting that, and you utilize me as a resource if, we have addresses or whatever, so we can identify those by name, so that we know what parcel property we're talking about. Is it Holly Hills? Is it
Yeah.
somewhere else? Is it the church abutting property or whatever?
Yeah, and I'm gonna say this also. So Mr. Martin has been great about if someone gives him a piece of information, he disperses it to all of us immediately. And that's wonderful. I love getting that information. I provided him information. I'm assuming he probably dispersed it to everyone as well. These are the type of things that you can provide him and say, I know you're not allowed to talk directly to us, but you can say, based on these, I think we're going to be able to do X, Y, Z. I want to put that out there so you know that I'm going to be bringing this up. I don't know why we have to be blindsided with like actually a figure number like that in a meeting like this. I think that should have been pre-planned email to the manager where he could provide that
Sorry,
information.
Commissioner Fiore, that it wasn't in an email sent through Mr. Martin to you, but we discussed this at the last meeting.
No, we did not discuss dollars. I was there for the meeting. I know what we discussed, and it was not that we were gonna get $200,000 to replace the Wild Spaces Fund on these 4 parcels. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking about it, but I have an issue with that.
I'm sorry, I know I heard, Mayor Holt said about being able to pay it back, but I don't remember, and I may not have heard it correctly, I don't remember hearing the word fully.
I'm pretty sure I did.
Did he say fully?
Talking about this
Maybe I
evening or
missed it,
last
this
month when
evening,
there was
this
discussion?
evening, when you were talking to the
Plan
the
was
county
to pay it
commission.
in fiscal year
Right, but I'm
2026.
saying, I don't remember you saying that this would pay it fully back. I don't remember hearing
My
that
intent
word.
is with the property, our surplus properties to be able to. pay
But
it
did
back.
you say you was gonna pay fully? Did you use the
Yes.
word fully?
I don't remember whether I said fully or not, but pay the debt service
remember
back
that
for what we
word. I
owe for
just-
wild spaces
Right,
in
but I
fiscal
didn't know
year
if you-
26.
But I just
Through
didn't remember you said that we were fully.
Fiscal year 26,
Fully
through-
pay it
which
back.
is 9 months. And
I'm trying to help you out now.
I appreciate it. But I think if we do this due diligence in identifying these properties, then answering the question to and I'm sorry to say, the 4 property owners that that are adjoining these properties that have interest and say, what else? What else have we got to do? And I'm not looking at you, Mr. Martin, you, Mr. Barber, anyone. But we have drugged this out for months. I think if we focus on it, this debt service that's on our fiscal year 24 audit is one of the items that can be corrected and paid back to the county. In the same way we borrowed $68,000 from the county and paid it back, we didn't know when, and we paid it back in 60 days. That's why we have these discussions as a plan, because I knew this meeting was coming up. I knew before I even saw their agenda that they were going to bring it up. What's your plan? I asked for the letter, a plan letter to be drafted and it's signed by consensus of you all agreeing that we're going to sell surplus property, and the timeline would be in fiscal year 26. That letter wasn't drafted. I'm sorry, I didn't do the letter myself and send it out to you all, but that's breaking the sunshine. I'm sorry if Mr. Martin wasn't directed by me as the mayor to get that done and sent to you all to have approval before a joint meeting. It didn't happen. It's still the plan. I mean, unless anyone else has any other Easter egg accounts that are dormant accounts that are going to go to the state.
So.
I mean that with all respect, not disrespect.
Okay.
They wanted an answer this evening. And what was I going to say, Commissioner Fiore? I don't know. When we had full discussion by consensus that this was the plan?
So.
Hold on. I don't appreciate that because you did not have to throw out. All right, I've already said my piece. I'm not going to keep going because I hate for this to go even longer because I've already been told. Well, I know you've already complained about that. I've already heard that. So.
I'm not complaining. I'm just. It's
No,
fine.
you've already made that comment, but I'm going down into the weeds now with frustration. So yeah, I just don't think we should be approving this until we get these parcel numbers.
So I think that was something we said we were gonna do. I do agree, we haven't had numbers for it. I think that is something that we definitely need to do sooner than later. So that we will have a total, you know, that we would know.
Because I still would like to have the concrete letters, you know.
Yeah.
Motioned and approved with the language and the.
And the amount.
Targeted timeline anyway. But the source of the repayment's gonna come from sales of surplus properties. This is an exercise to get to that juncture. If that makes planning sense, that's, you know, and we're holding this until we identify these properties for the attorney to be able
We
to.
were supposed to be, I thought we were supposed to had these answers. It's not on us though, as to what these properties was valued at. This stuff has been talked about probably a year ago.
Yes, ma'am.
It's some months ago. So it's not on us, it's on the person,
But
or
I take-
persons that's supposed to bring us back that information.
As your public servant, Mayor.
And we never gotten that
We didn't
answer.
follow through.
What the properties are worth, cause I even asked about even a couple other properties in, Holly Hills that they were designated for lift stations. And I asked the question as to, depending on where those stations would be, located, will we still be able to sell those? And there's a lot of these answers that, we're just not getting back. And that's why we're having to
And
be
certainly,
confusing
Madam-
all these questions back and forth, so.
And trying to reflect on what we
Right.
decided by consensus or whatever is the plan with
And
the
she has a
information to be
valid
provided.
question. She has a valid question, but you don't have that answer.
Right.
None of us have the answer. We need those answers.
And
So it
all I
doesn't
could do is
follow you.
identify the four that
Right,
have been
right.
brought to us in piecemeal, $1.29 a square foot, 69 cents a square foot. Not trying, Madam Attorney, not trying to throw you personally, Derek, as an associate with the attorney group, but in past meetings, and I don't want to throw Mr. Walker in the bus, but he said he'd look into it and get
That's where
back with
it's
us.
supposed to came
This has
from.
been 3 or 4 meetings ago. So it causes consternation and confusion and, you know, overriding opinion or attitude from me to be able to act on a plan with our big brothers at the county. So we're still in that juncture. So we need to have these parcels identified. Mr. Martin, if you could put that on your homework assignment, bring it back to us then, and certainly reach out to us, myself or whatever for,
Hold on him or-
I mean, Commissioner Green, you may be called about the 2 you were talking about, that may be a lift station to be able to identify, that's Holly Hills off of this street number,
Right,
whatever. Even
right.
if we could have an identifier to that effect, if you can't get it, then reach out to us and we can try to assist with.
But I'm asking her, but that followed on Mr. Martin, or her, their office. As far as
So
getting
I've been able to identify what they are, but I don't know which ones are surplus and which ones aren't, like from our office. I don't have that
And for
information.
us to identify
property
them as
appraisals.
surplus, we're not gonna have any use and they're,
Right.
we need to
I don't
provide
know
them
what those are.
by location so that.
Okay.
Yeah, so, and Mr. Mayor, you can have my big
I
copy.
might have some of them. I'm gonna check. And if I do, I'll send them
And if
to
we,
you.
That would be
if we
wonderful.
have our deputy clerk return, she may have it filed somewhere that could assist once we can reach out to her and.
He can have it,
You know,
yeah.
we cannot by federal law, and we should not be reaching out for our former interim city manager and former deputy clerk for anything at this point until her providing physician gives us that ability to know that we can reach out to her, that her accommodation has been changed. So add that to the list of confusion. But it takes us 4 steps back to take 1 step forward. So that document.
Yes, but you're not able to match the description in the 2 parcels that Arnold wants to purchase
Right.
to any of these on this list. So the descriptions, I don't match these descriptions, you know what I mean?
Yes.
So either we're missing additional parcels completely, or that description in the backup for that surplus is incorrect, or the property appraiser is incorrect, but, yeah, I'm not proving it, so, thanks.
So by consensus or by motion, I have a motion to table this until the additional information is provided with the detail needed on this. And thank you, Madam Attorney, for getting us to this juncture. But she needs our assistance collectively as a group and from the property appraiser's office. What's the locator address for these properties?
Does anyone want a copy?
No, we have it in the email.
You want,
Yeah, it doesn't print properly. You have to do a lot of manipulation.
Yeah, I'm not doing that when I can get a physical copy from the city office, sorry. When I'm already copying 400 pages a month. My choice. Okay, so we're gonna table this until we assist staff with getting the additional identifying addresses of these properties so that we can then validate which ones we want to surplus. We know of the 4 that I and Arrow told the county was going to pay their debt. I can find those and assist you with those, and then we have others also. Okay. We have a motion to table, a second from someone. I came forward, tabling, second. Any other discussion from the dais regarding our action plan with this? Constituents in the audience, yes, sir. Mr. Kosicki, thank you. Regarding this motion and what we're doing.
Oh, yeah. So you had a property appraiser appraise that land at a certain value.
There was a appraisal cost per square foot provided to my wife.
So you did have a property appraiser appraise it, so you know what the price
appraisal.
really is.
Not
a guess, not looking at this, at numbers and saying, oh, this is right there.
Whatever assigned appraisal company that was used by assigned by the attorney to look at those properties.
Okay.
Yes, sir, because I've seen the cost per square foot.
Okay. My second question.
Yes, sir.
Is this list. Where's this at? Where's the list at of these properties? Remember, you guys said in January, we'll have a list of properties.
We always do this, yes, sir.
Right. Where's that list?
That's what she's providing
That's
tonight.
what she's working
in
on.
that, yes, sir.
And we have no idea. So you guys, yeah. So you have a list that isn't complete because you don't have property
identifiers.
So when do you think that's going to come out as, say if I wanted to buy some of those properties? Not that I might, but I might want to. Where am I going to find that?
When that list is complete, it's going to be brought
And
back
then
to
they'll
us
be
and be
put
public
where?
record. Be public record for anybody to get. And if any of them have been already earmarked for those interested parties, those will be listed as well. From the past.
Right.
And I'm sorry, not speaking on behalf of my wife, but I'm talking.
They haven't been completed, the titles haven't been distributed,
No,
nothing's been done with it.
No, it's just been, like the Bethlehem Presbyterian Church and letters that go all the way back to 2016 saying, yes, we're interested in this. And the one of my wife's driveway,
right?
She owns property, not me.
Right.
Take myself out of
That's
it.
fine.
But meetings in the attorney's office asking if
So
this square footage price
Once
is.
that is done, then
It's still gotta come.
something will come out that says these properties are available.
Madam Attorney, it's a contract that then is brought to us to either approve or disapprove for each
But I
one
mean,
of
a
them.
contract says that somebody's already decided on that. That's what I'm saying. How would the public know when it's ready to be able to do that?
Assume like any other competitive bid process that we put up on the website, and then there would be bids that would be
Thank you,
submitted.
that's all I was asking.
But this will, with the exception of those that go back to 2015 and 2016.
I got that. I just wanted to know about the other one.
The others go out to bid on anything we assign as surplus property.
I'm there. I'm
Like
already
we've
there.
done
I
in
got
the
that.
past.
She told me exactly what I needed. Thank you.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Yes, sir, Mr. Barber.
Donald Barber. If I can make an observation, both from the residents and the commission, there is not enough grace being extended for a situation where there has been a lack of management because you've been without a city manager for an extended period of time. And what you're being asked as a commission to provide is not your function and is not your job. It is the job of staff. staff upon which you have not had. So I want to make that clear for the residents, for the people in the public. I don't live in this community. I don't have any vested interest here at the moment. They need to understand that these are not things that a commission should be doing. It is what a staff should be doing, and you have not had that staff either here or you've had that staff leave. As far as even the properties that you mentioned in 2014 and 2015, and the attorney can, of course, disagree with me to the commission, but unless property has been sold, you have to comply with Florida statute. Every piece of property has to go out for bid, competitive bid. So there's a process in this. It's an RFP or an RFQ, or request for surplus. And that process will go out competitively to anyone that's not related to someone that works for the city. Or excuse me, someone that works for the city. So, you know, you're disqualified if you work from the city. So, I mean, I think the staff needs a time to evaluate this. You know, you guys mentioned tonight with the county commission that you have a comprehensive plan. Before any piece of property is decided on to be sold, you need to analyze where it fits into your comprehensive plan. Because if you sell it and then you find out a year later that it's critical to establishing water or wastewater needs or stormwater needs, now you're going to have someone who knows that you have to have it, and now they get to name the price. So what I would suggest is that you give staff, whoever that may be, time to table this and come back with a staff report with recommendations that you, the commission, can either determine you move forward with or you don't. But there's a lot of things that are being asked of you as a commission that is not your function. And I hope that the residents understand that that process is the same anywhere you go, whether you go up to Newberry or down to Williston or over to Gainesville. That's the process. So I just, you know, for the sake of grace, if we could all extend it to one another tonight, there'd be far more accomplished. That's a personal opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hear what Mr. Barber saying, Bill Landowski, citizen, and with all due respect, this process has been broken on this particular issue since at least 2015 from when I've been coming to this thing. I mean, I hear the same conversations over and over and over again. I mean, it's crazy that we keep on going down the same road. Finally, like there was 2 meetings ago, we finally got the thing resolved with the Presbyterian Church. And that's still not resolved.
Oh,
Sad.
no, there's no answer
Sad.
on that.
What's that?
Welcome to Archer, Bill. No.
Well, you know, and the frustrations, Mr. Barber, as you're gonna find out here, is that we keep on doing the same thing over and over again. What's that definition of insanity? Okay? And, you know, just the other thing I wanna point out is that I personally and other members of this community have reached out and we have offered to volunteer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I just want to also make that clear, okay? We've all volunteered, there was a lot of pushback, oh, we don't want to have anybody involved with this, you know, with the, getting in the business of the city employees, they may get upset, blah, 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 and look where we're at today. I'm you know, if, taking a step back and looking at it objectively, look where we're at today. It's broken, completely broken. Hopefully with new management, it'll be helpful. Kudos to, I don't know how you did it, buddy. You did, you know, my heart goes out to you. You did a great job while you were here. It's broken. We need to fix things. Again, I'll again offer my services to the city to help the city manager. I can write plans, I can do analysis. I'll do anything you ask me to do. But you have to be willing to say yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, in the sake of protocol of the meeting, I will entertain a motion to extend this meeting 30 minutes past 10 o'clock. We have that many agenda items to go.
So moved.
Have a motion from Vice Mayor Bailey.
Second.
Have a second from Commissioner Penny to extend the meeting until 10:30 so that we can go through our agenda. Thank you for the patience. Okay, so let's go to a vote on tabling this until staff gathers the appropriate information to bring back to us with or without our assistance. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, nays like sign. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Madam Attorney. I'm sorry to delay this, but we'll gather the information, bring it back to you. New business, City of Archer Black History Month. It has my name by it, but I don't have the proclamation, so,
The attorney's gonna read it.
okay. Thank you, Madam Attorney, for
And
reading
this
the
is,
proclamation.
this, I will give credit, this was an idea brought to me by, Mr. Barber, and I think
Thank you,
it's
Mr.
an
Barber.
excellent one, so.
The proclamation just recognizing.
Mr. Martin, do you have a printed copy for me? I can pull it up really quick, but.
You
I
have
didn't-
just joined my club, were you? Your name is by something, and you don't have the information.
Oh, one moment.
I printed so much today.
Oh, okay.
No, you didn't do much. I just actually just got my name by him. I might have created a proclamation that I don't know about.
I do, yeah.
Thank you again, Mr. Barber.
City of Archer, Florida, Office of the Mayor, proclamation recognizing February 2026 as Black History Month. Whereas the City of Archer, Florida is a community strengthened by the diversity of its residents, neighborhoods, churches, schools, and local organizations. And whereas Black History Month is observed each February to honor the achievements, contributions, culture, and resilience of African Americans whose leadership, service, creativity, and sacrifice have shaped our nation, the state of Florida, and communities like Archer. And whereas African American history is American history, and the story of progress in our country has been advanced by Black Americans in every field, including education, public service, military service, business, agriculture, science, faith, leadership, civic engagement, and the arts. And whereas the City of Archer recognizes the importance of continuing education and reflection on the legacy of African Americans, while also reaffirming our shared commitment to dignity, equal opportunity, and respect for every person. And whereas the City of Archer encourages residents, civic groups, and community partners to observe Black History Month through learning opportunities, community conversations, volunteerism, and celebrations that promote understanding and unity. Now therefore, I, Fletcher Hope, Mayor of the City of Archer, Florida, do hereby proclaim February 2026 as Black History Month in the City of Archer, and I encourage all residents to join in recognizing the contributions and accomplishments of African Americans, past and present, and to celebrate the spirit of community that makes Archer strong.
I'll entertain a motion to approve said resolution by proclamation.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion by Vice Mayor Bailey and a second by Commissioner Green. Any comment, discussion? I would, since my name's all over it or whatever, I would just ask and I can assist. And Commissioner Green, if you would help me just recognize any of the local churches, and have that for them, to see that and post on their bulletin boards or whatever. I know most of them, but I want to source your information to make sure I don't forget any of the other churches, outliers, but like St. Joseph and those, if we can make them any copy, I'll do the step work and then.
Okay.
I'll get them.
Or if you could give him any of those churches that you're thinking about, so I don't forget any. I mean, I know all the inner city ones. I always say we have 13 inner city denominational churches. We can't get a ministerial alliance, going with this and whatever. Not fussy, but you know those outliers that I might forget. So if you could give that to Mr. Martin, then I could make sure those proclamations get to those churches. That's all that I have. Any other discussion, from the constituency in the audience regarding, thank you again, Mr. Barber, for thinking about this. Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the proclamation recognizing February 2026 is Black History Month, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays, like sign. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Madam Attorney. Next agenda item is resolution of the City of Archer setting city election dates.
Thank you, Mr. Merritt. I'll read, this will now be Resolution 2026-06. A resolution of the City of Archer, Florida, setting the election date for the City of Archer for seat numbers 4 and 5, designating the election for the 14th day of April 2026, setting the qualifying period for February 12th, 2026 at 12 p.m. through March 2nd, 2026 at 12 p.m., and providing for an effective date.
February the 12th through March.
through March 2nd,
And what will be the election date?
April 14th. So the qualifying dates are the 60th day and the 45th day before the election. Both of those days fell on non-business days. The 60th day was on a Friday, the 45th day was on a Saturday. So we've moved the 60th day to the 61st day, Thursday, and then moved the Saturday to the Monday to make them business days since the packets have to be turned into City Hall.
And the qualifying dates again, please, are
Thursday, February 12th
12.
through Monday, March 2nd.
Mr. Martin, we will post that on the.
Yes, it'll be posted on the website. I already posted the date of the actual election. I did not post this other because I was waiting pending your
We
approval.
certainly need to post the qualifying dates on a window.
And on the bulletin board, yes.
Post office and our marquee, our scribing marquee.
I will do that tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Question for you, Mr. Martin, because I know Newberry's is the 14th as well. Does the supervisor of election prefer them to be the same day? Is that why we have the same day?
They don't really have an opinion on that aspect of it because it's a city municipal run election. They will help us get poll workers. We'll have to pay them, but they'll help us with that. They'll help us with the machines and all of that kind of stuff. But setting the election date is set by this commission and I think by charter right now, I believe.
Yeah.
Previous charter. How Newberry determined that, I don't know, but the supervisor does not determine that. The city commissions do.
Okay, the reason why I asked because, I know a lot of time I work there, my sister works there, and, we work different positions, but runs them a lot as clerks, and Newberry have already reached out to us. So I know we both have committed to Newberry, so I don't know if we'll be able to get other people to do it the same day. It might be all right to get us some, I don't know. So that's why I was asking that, in case we run into that problem, but
Madam Attorney, this is resolution number 06, correct, for 2026?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Wait, the real property was 06, I thought.
That's why I was asking that. I thought
Okay.
06 was the property and this would be 06.
I've changed this to 06 and I've put a note, I'm gonna
Property.
put 06 instead of 07 since the other item was tabled.
Okay, and that will be 07 when it comes back to us.
Okay.
All right, now, thank you. I thought I was going crazy, but I said, no. Okay, that's why I asked that again. All right, I'll entertain a motion for 06, the resolution of the City of Archer setting the city election dates and the qualifying.
So moved.
Have a motion from Vice Mayor Bailey.
I second.
A second from Commissioner Penny. Any other discussion or questions from the dais? Any questions or comments from the constituents in the audience? Yes, sir.
Bill Lewandowski, citizen, if we're going to have mail-in ballots or absentee ballots of any sort, then that should be posted on when those are going to be available and when they have to be turned back in. If that's something that's going to be offered. I think that was offered a couple of years ago.
We always have those. To
Yeah, it's been a couple of years since there's been a contested election, so just in case there's a contested election, something to think about.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Comments, questions regarding the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, nays like sign. And that's on the election dates because of Newberry?
yeah.
Okay,
that's why I'm
you don't-
told in case there's a problem with workers, but they may be able to find us some.
Okay, all right. The motion carries 4-1 with the dissent from Commissioner Green regarding conflict possibilities with Newberry. Okay. All right, next is Powell and Jones Audit 2025 Engagement Letter. Madam Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is dated January 21st, 2026. This is the engagement letter for Powell and Jones to complete the audit for year ended September 30th, 2025.
I'll entertain a motion for discussion of this.
Yes, I would like to discuss this, and
You gonna make the motion?
Motion.
It's gotta be-
yeah.
All right, so I have a motion from Vice Mayor, second from Commissioner Fiore.
Yeah.
Is that acceptable? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, discussion, questions,
So
comments? Yes, ma'am.
I've been looking at the audits for the last couple of years for the city, and last year, I don't know if anyone remembers, but I had to do an extensive run-through of the audit, found a lot of what you call, something.
Scrivener's error.
Right, yeah, I don't call that, I call that laziness. And
Sloppiness. Sloppiness, huh?
I had to do it again today, this go around, and I had to submit like three sets of errors that I found, and the response was very slow from these auditors. And the price hike in this contract, I think, is way too much. Now,
It's $10,000, and it's.
I'm pretty sure he went from 8 to 30.
Yeah, it's 30.
19 to.
We were already at 19?
Yeah.
I didn't think we were that high.
24.
And I'm not saying that you're gonna get something cheaper out there,
Yeah.
but I think we need to go out for an RFP or RFQ or something like that and piggyback off of, there's plenty of cities out there, so I don't think you have to go through a huge process.
Any other questions, comments regarding this? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just thought I'd pass on to you that I did when I was gonna put this on the agenda, I contacted the accountant, and of course, Ms. Fiore had questions. I've been pressing them to answer her questions as much as I can. And they actually said that they recommended this. They said they recommend that they understand the raise, but they recommend that we put it out for an RFP. That's what they recommended. Why they did that, I could guess, but I'll leave that up to y'all to decide. But they did actually recommend that we put it out to an RFP, or certainly consider that. I just thought I'd pass that information.
In the last few days.
That happened within the last 2 weeks for sure.
From Mr. Blackhead and team?
Caleb, yeah, I guess that's his name.
Caleb Perla, our
Yes.
current Palin Jones. He said, put it out for RFP?
Yes, he said, I questioned him just to make sure, because I was looking at the previous engagement and looking at the new one, and I noticed the price increase, and when I questioned him, I didn't question him like I was challenging him. I just simply questioned, that this what they wanted to put out there, and he said yes, and that I would suggest that it's probably time for the commission to put out an RFP. I did not ask him why. I could probably decipher what I think the reason why, but that would just be my opinion. But I just wanted to let you know that he did say that. He didn't say it in any kind of threatening manner. It was just matter of fact that maybe it's
Doing
time.
business. Yes.
Right. I took it as a course of business. I was a little surprised when he said it, but I didn't try to read too
We've
much into
continued
it.
with Palin Jones since 2000, probably 2000 or before.
Yeah, so maybe that's
The
why he
older
said
part
it.
That's retired. I mean,
I didn't question him as to why. I didn't really think that was my job to do that. It was just
25 years.
just to pass the information on to you.
I think standards is usually every 5 years,
Yeah.
you should be
we've
switching
had
out,
this
yeah.
For 20,
Yeah.
25 years plus, yeah. So even as a standard procedure, we should do it, I think. Any other comments regarding going to a vote? Any constituency comments from the audience regarding the consideration of this?
Could I say one quick thing before, as Mr.
Yes.
Lewandowski's coming up? Sorry, sir. I would just suggest that if you want to do that, you make that decision as soon as you possibly can, because it's a process that you guys hadn't been through in a while. And now this was coming out of COVID, when I last put out an RFP when I was over in Hawthorne, we struggled to get 3 people to accept it, but that was a different circumstance. But all I'm saying is if you push it to, say, the next meeting a month from now, then I'm simply saying, and then you put out an RFP, you're not going to get responses back for roughly about 3 months, which puts you in a very tight window of time, just my experience.
Sorry. Yes.
Yes to everything he just said. Because is exactly what I was gonna say. Yes, please, don't push this off. Make the decision tonight, get a new one, please. Thank you.
So I have a quick question. I don't do enough about it, but if we piggyback, that we're not going to be having to go through that 3-month waiting. We can literally contact the large firms in Gainesville and say, give us a price. Yeah,
And
okay.
it may be the cost of doing business
That's right.
to review and accept what we need.
So can I make a motion to,
We have
We
to
have a
rescind
motion.
our motion,
Yeah.
and we can rescind, I'll rescind mine, you have to rescind your
If you're gonna
second.
make a new motion, but we have a motion right now for this report
Yeah,
of the Palin Jones before us. So if it dies, then
oh, okay, okay.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, no.
Robert's rules
No,
acting
no,
right
no.
now, so.
so we're gonna rescind our
Well,
motion.
No, let's
we're
just,
still going to reject that.
yeah.
So that's what the motion
on the table
was.
right now with a first and
Yeah.
second. We've completed all the discussions on it. Let's go to a vote on accepting this. If it dies, then I'll accept the second motion, if that's okay. To put out an RFP.
So
That's
my
why we should
motion
just
was to
rescind it.
not accept.
No, that's what made us have discussion. It was so that we could discuss this.
I think you're confusing her.
I don't know. I don't want this contract to go through. So
Thank you.
whatever you want me to do, just tell me.
That's what
So-
we're going to a
so
vote.
let-
So those in favor say aye.
I don't know what I'm
Nay.
voting on because I feel like I'm voting
To-
on you to accept it or to
No.
reject it.
You're voting on accepting this in front of you. And if you say nay, it's not gonna be accepted, and
Okay,
then we
that's
go
not
to
how-
another
okay.
motion. That's
not
what's,
how I-
that's what's happening before our very
Okay.
eyes right here, so. All those in favor say aye. Nays, like sign.
Nay.
Yay.
Aye, if you say nay,
Or-
say aye.
You say aye, is it a nay?
Nay or aye?
You can be a pirate either way, but right now I'm counting the nays. Nays, like sign?
Nay.
Nay. Motion does not carry, 5, and nay as well, 5-0. I'll entertain another motion.
A motion to advise staff to start the piggyback process on other
RFP?
auditors. I don't know if it's called that though.
Yeah.
Maybe it is.
That's the term we
With
use,
other
RFP.
auditors. Immediately.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second to that effect?
I second.
I have a second from Commissioner Penny, and first from Commissioner Fiore. Any
Correct.
discussion from the dais regarding the action we're about to take, requesting an RFP for auditors for the city of Archer. CPA accounting firm auditors. Hearing none, anyone from the constituents in the audience regarding the action we're about to take? Requesting an RFP. Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of an RFP for contracting CPA accounting service for auditing 2025, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays, like sign, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Okay, next is supplemental appropriation for Helene and Milton loan application. Madam Attorney and Mr. Mike Newton. Thank you for your patience and diligence, sir.
Absolutely.
I could get this on. I'll read the resolution by title only, and then I will defer to Mr. New for the explanation.
Okay. so
This is resolution number 2026-07,
PowerPoint.
now that we've changed things around. A resolution of the City of Archer, Florida, approving that certain agreement between the city, nope. Sorry, hold on just a moment. Still 7. Apologize for that. Resolution 2026-07, City of Archer. A resolution of City of Archer, Florida relating to the State Revolving Fund Loan Program, making findings, authorizing the loan application, authorizing the loan agreement, establishing pledged revenues, designating authorized representatives, providing assurances, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date.
For the sake of discussion, I entertain a motion.
Well, I have a brief presentation.
Okay, all right, so I'm sorry. Go
No
ahead.
worries, no worries. And there is a PowerPoint presentation. It got over late this afternoon, so you don't have it printed in front of you. But it provides a lot of background information, so we'll get it emailed to you all, or get it printed and put in your mailboxes for pickup later this week, just so you'll have the information. And I'm gonna do my best to cover it all. So tonight, I'm with Woodard and Kern. I'm an engineer with Woodard and Kern, and we are not planning to talk about wastewater, because that's the topic that's dominated our discussions with the city of Archer for a couple of years now, but tonight we're going to talk about water, your water system. So in 2024. If we remember that the state of Florida was impacted pretty significantly by two storms, one Helene, and the other Milton. And I think that our part of Florida kind of dodged a bullet, but we did see some impacts. There were probably some power outages and some rain, but nothing as bad as we've seen. However, those storms caused significant damage to the southeastern United States, and US EPA appropriated $3 billion through a supplemental appropriation for local government or government entities to take corrective action to cure the issues that arose during the hurricane. And instead of running it through FEMA, which is what we've all historically done, they're running this through US EPA and now the state of Florida. And of the $3 billion, they allocated $1.5 billion to the state of Florida to address water systems, to address wastewater systems, and to address stormwater systems. So, and they intended for that to come by way of grants. Minimum of 30% of it, of the funding for projects was going to be by way of grants. And it's possible for 100% of the projects to go to grants. So Woodard and Kern teamed with the city manager at the time and developed 3 applications for Archer. So those are non-binding, so when your city manager says, yes, send them in, it's a fishing expedition, they're worthy projects, but you don't commit to anything. If you get awarded, you'll have an opportunity to consider then whether you want to participate. So hats off to then city manager Deanna, who participated in helping us put those applications together. We submitted 3 applications, one for water, one for wastewater, and one for stormwater. The water application was favorably reviewed, and City of Archer has been notified that it is going to receive a $8.5 million grant for water system improvements. And the FDEP, who administers this grant program through the state of Florida, does not refer to grants as grants. They refer to them as loan forgiveness. So the way that it will work is you're going to get a loan of $8.5 million, and then they're going to forgive 100% of the principal of that loan. So it is in all intents and purposes a grant, but DEP has their reasons for it starting as a loan, and you get principal forgiveness. So, but I would also tell you this program is one of the most attractive I've seen. If there was a loan portion, and there's not in your case, but our neighbors to the north, Newberry, received a similar grant and a loan, and our neighbors north of them, High Springs, received a similar loan. They have 50% principal forgiveness, and so there is a loan element associated with their projects. That loan is interest-free for 20 years. First time I've ever seen anything like that. Yeah. So really good program that we've gotten involved in, and we're excited about the opportunity. For Archer, it's $8.5 million. Primary work is to construct a 12-inch water main loop around the city's existing water system that will allow water to move from your elevated storage tanks in your well field all around the city. So if you have any of those neighbors that are saying we have low pressure problems, or the fire department's raising their hand and saying we have what I call red top fire hydrants. If you ride around and you see the top of the fire hydrant painted red, that means it's a low flow hydrant, not getting as much water out of it as the fire department would like it to be. We're trying to turn them all into blue top fire hydrants. So this 12-inch water main would really go a long ways to that. You also have 3 wells in the city. 2 of them do not have backup generators, and the grant will pay for that, this program. So there's a specified and it's fairly broad language about what we're receiving through this program. for $8.5 million. And if you move forward, what we're asking you to do tonight is approve a resolution authorizing to enter the SRF program. It is a loan program. And you are authorizing the city attorney, directing the city attorney to transmit a letter that says that, that you will pay the loan portion back if you have a loan portion. And I'm here to tell you that you won't have a loan portion, and that won't change without your knowledge. So if something changes in the future, you'll still get to decide, are we willing to take on a no-interest loan? But you're asking the city attorney to execute a letter that says that should there be a loan repayment, that you guys would make it. And you're authorizing the mayor to execute the documents to get us into the thing. So there's three things we're asking you to do tonight. We have a resolution, we have a letter, and we have the application going to FDEP to get you into the program. Once you get into the program, there are three primary steps to be aware of. The first one is a planning phase. And that's where DEP says, look, you're going to have to evaluate all the options that are out there to cure Archer's problem and come up with three alternatives, and we will fund the low-cost alternative. So we can't gold plate it and come up with something crazy unless you want to borrow money to gold plate it. But we're going to evaluate three alternatives, or your firm. It doesn't necessarily mean what it incurring is going to be your firm. But the alternatives will be evaluated, and FDEP will authorize you to proceed with the low-cost alternative. And then the next step after that, after the planning phase, takes about a year to go through the planning phase. The next step after that is the design phase, where whatever that planning document says, this is what you're going to do, this is the low-cost option, an engineer will design that for you. That also takes about a year. So 2 years from now, if you agree to move forward, you'll be sitting on a design and ready for this thing to go out to bid. And the state of Florida will be holding your money. When you get the bids in, you notify them that here are the bids, we went through the proper process, and we're ready to go construction, and they'll cut you loose. So 2.5 years, you'll be ready to start construction on these programs that are going to significantly improve your water system. So that's kind of how the program looks altogether. The recommended motion is to authorize the mayor to execute and transmit the application, is authorize the resolution supporting this, and authorize the city attorney draft a letter and transmit it to DEP along with our application. And you guys can participate in the water system program for $8.5 million, 100% grant to the city of Archer. There is no loan rematch. There is no loan payment. There is no match fund required. As an aside, I will mention to you that the two other projects that we turned in were for stormwater and for wastewater, and neither of those were funded through the program. But the wastewater project was put on a waiting list so that if funds become available because someone decides not to go to the program, they may have had a debt service associated with it that they decide they can't figure. If money stays back in the program, you're first on the list. They're not taking any more applications. So I don't know the likelihood of that. The award was for $37 million. That's going to help you with septic to sewer conversion for your wastewater project. But folks in my office have a high level of confidence that Archer will see some of that funding. But it is good news. It was it's really advantageous for Archer to be in that position, because that will also be no match, 100% grant funding if we're able to secure that. The stormwater application was not viewed favorably, but most of them weren't. Stormwater went to the coastal areas that saw a lot of flooding. And so we have one bird in hand, and we're very hopeful for a wastewater program. So, Mr. Mayor, that concludes my oral presentation of what it is we're doing tonight, and I'm available for questions, and I encourage you guys to vote in support of the three items that I identified.
Are there any questions? Mr. New? And again, the one that we're in line for, but not secured the 37 million. That's through the state revolving fund and sponsored by DEP as well?
Yes, sir, absolutely. All this money comes from the federal governments down through the state, and the state funnels it through their SRF program.
And not that I'm gonna repeat it, but when does your excited staff think that it might be awarded? In this fiscal year, or that waiting list is longer than fiscal year 26, or for that?
My best understanding, because I haven't asked our very educated team when that'll
Oh, the
happen, but
excited
my
team that-
understanding is that they're, that right now they're receiving these applications from all the communities in the state. And they're gonna do that 3 times up to construction. At the
Okay.
planning phase, at the design phase, and at the construction phase, people may back out. So, every year during the application signing process that we're still in the program.
It's come up to the
As
top.
people turn around, there should be money coming back into the program.
Okay.
And we're a very loud advocate for our clients, and particularly for Archer. And so, you know, the way we see it, first dollar that hits the return bucket is we're saying, hey, A comes before any other letter in the alphabet, it needs to go to Archer people. Wishful thinking.
We agree.
Any other questions of Mr. New? The only other question I have, and again, this is an aside, but kind of answering something, since this has been awarded, if we pass this and we know we're on the waiting list for the 37 million, and we know where we are with 13 million, we know we have the invoice from Newberry, is that kind of spreadsheet that was discussed with our relationship between Woodard and Kern Archer, has someone done that yet, as far as the status, each project, and whether it's on hold, whether
That, I see that spreadsheet in every joint meeting we have, and so if y'all would like to see a copy of that, I think it's a
I'm
little
not
on
speaking
the.
for my colleagues, but would you all like to see that with a periodic update of where these are? Because this is more than we've ever had from our, I take that back. Kimley Horn did do this when we had the grants. And we, all of a sudden, citizenry said, well, how many grants we got? It was just a benchmark to be able to know exactly what we have. And especially with the language you just spoke about, saying, you know, the 37 million is going to go towards our conversion and construction. Those questions were asked tonight. It'd be nice to have that spreadsheet to identify what those, if we're awarded, what those would go for.
Yes, sir, and we are happy to get that coming your way. I'll get that
Whatever you have
coming
in rough,
your way
I would like to see it. I don't know. about my
tomorrow.
colleagues,
I would say that generally it always comes along with Morgan, who is our expert.
I'm sorry, I was thinking
it comes
Ms.
along
French
with
would-
Morgan and an explanation as to what all those things are, because her spreadsheet has a loan number and W.
Yeah.
18 digits, and I'm like, well, Morgan, we don't know what
Need
that
all
is.
that. I
Help,
just-
help
yeah.
a fellow out here.
Talk to the kindergartners.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But I'll give you one assurance in all of this. For as much as you guys are rightfully being watchdogs to ensure what Archer's ratepayers might be on the hook for, the folks at DEP are similarly watching that.
Right.
And if you go talk to Angela Connect at DEP, she's going to say, look, I'm not going to allow your ratepayers to bear something
To be scorched for
that they can't.
Yeah.
And she and I have had that conversation, and we had that conversation, and Newberry pioneered an agreement with developers that said, we're gonna pay impact fees on the wastewater system, whether we build houses or not, every year to make sure that debt service is paid. And that was FDEP telling us that, hey, Newberry, we're not gonna have an economic downturn,
Right.
and your ratepayers having to make a debt service payment
Pay the
on
debt
this
service.
loan right here. The developers that want that capacity, they're gonna be committed to it.
Right.
And, you know, the first time I heard that, I kinda grinned and says, never happened, Ms. Connect. I respect you, but I know developers and they won't do that. And I will tell you that all 6 major developers in Newberry signed that agreement. It got sent to FDEP, and only then was Newberry authorized to bid that wastewater plant, and they got approval to move forward tonight from their city commission. I'll mention to you.
And that's why I'm
So-
asking for that, because as I talk about the town hall meeting, it's gonna be the high focus, that and school concurrency, and, you know, what I'm gonna speak to in my report briefly with my colleagues in our meeting in Oakview tomorrow, you know, regarding
So
K-8, so.
Archer's wastewater system is, in my opinion, in a very good place. I have a higher level of confidence that this project moves forward and is funded at no or minimal cost to your existing residents that live in the downtown area on a septic tank. The funding has been put in place. We don't have every dime in hand yet, but the funding is well on the way to making sure that that happens. I'll tell you, the biggest part of connecting to the wastewater system is what we call wastewater cap charge. And I say when it's the biggest cost, in Newberry, the wastewater cap charge is about $10,500 per home. And that's just a check you write to the city of Newberry, and they use that money to pay debt service. Well, Archer's cap charge for all of its $175,000 capacity is what you were invoiced for today. You have a grant to cover that. So when you're going to start out with your capacity already paid for, and it is going to be strongly recommended, and DEP may require that you begin collecting cap charges for that next bit of capacity that you have to provide, and you'll actually come out of the gate ahead of the game, as it should be, and it won't be, a commission 10 years from now or 15 years from now saying, how are we ever going to afford wastewater treatment? The savings and I won't keep doing this, but I can talk all night about utilities. The savings to Archer by partnering with Newberry's bids came in at $66 a gallon, just a number. The town of Fort White bid a wastewater plant about 4 months ago, and it would be the same size plant that you need. Have about same population, same size plant that you need, and those bids came in at $81 a gallon. So if you take the delta, the $15 difference between those two, and multiply it by the number of gallons that you need, Archer saved about $2 million because y'all selected to partner with Newberry on capacity. And that, every time I stand in front of you, I tell you, that doesn't mean forever. That's your capacity for now. I think the real good game plan is to get your collection system in and get that 100% paid for. And as your town grows and your revenue opportunities grow, at some point, 20 years from now, you're going to say, we're ready to build our own wastewater plant. And you're going to go through the process solo. But for now, you made a great decision. Your predecessors made a great decision when they said, let's partner up with Newberry on this. We think there's some economies of scale, and we're going to save some money, and it looks to me like you saved about $2 million doing it that way.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions of Mr. New before we lose him? And I'll get with you on when we're having the town hall meeting, so.
Outstanding.
Yeah, all right, thank you. If you get that spreadsheet, that would be helpful though, so that'd be a great handout, so. Anyone in the audience, any questions of Mr. New? Okay, thank you, Mike. Let's go to a vote. Questions on the,
Question, no, I'll put your motion and I'll speak to it.
okay, well, no,
Your motion.
we're still in
I
this,
have a question
for the motion, all right, thank you, Ms. Parliamentarian.
I'm sorry.
The motion was to approve the resolution 2026-07, correct?
Correct.
And it's 07.
Okay.
So that other number is going to be another number. We're in the numbers tonight.
Okay.
Which is the state revolving fund that has 3 components to it. Accept the resolution, authorize me to sign a letter to engage, and then submit the application with the appropriate language and signatures on it, correct? It's 3 parts in this.
Okay.
100%. Right.
No, 10:30.
Yeah. So I have a motion. Let's go to a vote. All those in favor of supplemental appropriations for Helene and Milton loan application through the state revolving fund with no interest and forgiveness on the loan, say aye.
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 Aye as well. Nays like.
We're not taking public comment?
Did we do that already? No.
That's what I said. Are there any other public comments? I was sorry. I thought Miss Green, huh?
You asked if there were questions for the gentleman. We didn't have questions for him. We had public comment for you.
Okay, if there are questions of Mr. New before we lose him, any constituents in the audience, come forward. Yes, or Mr. Lewandowski?
He said for us.
First off, excuse me, thank you. Thank you for that. It would be very helpful if the PowerPoint he's going to be providing, the other information is posted on the website. I would actually suggest that you maybe have a separate page, one for the sewer and one for the water, so that the public can have access, so we don't have to keep on asking the city manager all the time for the documentation. That way it's there, and everybody can take a look at it and see it. I continue my concern about the project management within the city for this. You still are completely understaffed, and your managers are overwhelmed by what they have to deal with. So we're talking about a lot of money, a lot of moving parts. I just don't hear a plan on how to have a project manager in place to manage all this stuff that's happening. And there's a lot. They're only going to do so much. You have your own responsibility. So please come up with some kind of a plan on how to have a project manager to deal with these very complex things. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
And Green, you know, $8 million just blows my mind. And Mr. New talks so fast. I just want to hear some staff input because, you know, I think about some of the other contracts we've listened to and it sounded so good and we just jumped right into it. Do we have anything to hear from staff on this subject?
Oh, we got 4 minutes.
To give any direction? I'm not asking a question, that's a suggestion.
We have 4 minutes before our time is up.
Do you have anything to add to that?
To the one
Mr.
comment, that bank that wants to make sure you're successful, DEP, they provide for project management, resident engineering services. Our firm is handling your grants, whether we handle your design or not.
That's why.
We're gonna make sure that all the money's spent in the manner that it should be, and we're available to provide documentation of that, open book, transparent,
And timelines on each grant.
all of those things.
And
So
that's the
it's
spreadsheet that I'm asking for with updates, periodic updates that make it public.
100%, but to his point, he's exactly correct. It is a very complex process, and you want someone with lots of training and expertise in that arena overseeing the project to make sure that your residents are getting their money's worth.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, because I know people are asking about staff, and I think that's me. But,
At this juncture, it is.
yes, ma'am. I just would say that what Mr. New presented has been my experience as well with the loan match versus the 100% grant. That is very typical for a city like Archer. Hawthorne had the same situation. That's just how they word it. And I will say that the only reason I didn't chime in earlier is because Mr. New and his firm has been extremely helpful to me, and I didn't really have anything to actually say, which is rare for me, right? So he will be managing his firm. Morgan does more than he does, but that's just true story. You know, I have to say that. But he's been his whole firm has been extremely helpful to
And
me.
I believe that was one of the commitments in us assigning the transition from Kimley Horn to Woodard and Kern, is that you would be the project management and all the
100%.
grants
100%.
and any projects we had. Okay, thank you. Anything else from the constituency regarding comments to Mr. Mike New? Or regarding the motion?
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike, again.
100%.
All those in favor of the supplemental appropriations for Helene and Milton loan application to the state revolving fund, say aye.
Aye.
Nays, like sign. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
30 seconds more, please,
Yes, sir.
because I'm not staying around for public comment,
No,
but
sir.
I did want to comment.
We have 25 more minutes of an
That
extension of the meeting.
Mr. New, before you do that, we are 30 seconds away
Oh,
from
sure.
being over the
I'm
time.
sorry
Can we
for
do that
just-
motion real quick to extend first?
Parliamentarian, I need a motion to extend the meeting 25 minutes to get through our agenda.
So moved.
The
I
motion, Vice
second.
Mayor, and a second from Commissioner Penny. All those in favor? Any comments, questions? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, motion carries 5-0.
Our form of government, what we're doing right now, is the best in the world. And it is a lot like the proverbial sausage factory. When you're right in the middle of it, you don't necessarily want to see how the sausage is made, but you want the good end product. This is good government. It feels tough at the time. Sometimes it's just watching sausage and you may not have the stomach for it. But I just want you, I even heard the dice suggest a few times that Archer's broken. You guys are far from broken.
Thank you.
You guys are excelling. There's room to be better for all of us, and I'm not suggesting that you're perfect, but I want to encourage you guys to look in the mirror and know that you're making a difference in your community, and to be proud and keep striving to be better. And because you really are good. I sit in enough of these rooms I recognize that some cities have a little more baggage along with them. And you know, that's okay. We're just all trying to be a better version of ourselves. So great job, you guys. I appreciate the opportunity to work with you.
Just the business, just the business.
Thank you for the encouragement.
Well, let's see, that's another name. I was rabbit hole. I was a cricket one time, and now I'm a sausage.
Okay.
Just.
Come on. Moving
All
right
right.
along.
Update on the FMLA status of deputy city clerk. Madam Attorney, can you please, from a federal standpoint, give us an update on the FMLA status of our former interim manager and to return as possibly deputy clerk?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the initial maximum period for protected leave is 12 weeks. Ms. Altop went on leave December 8th, and she requested 8 weeks, so it would be this Friday, February 13th, would have been her requested leave. That was in an email that was sent to yourself, as well as our office. So we have tried to reach out to Ms. Altop. I have been unsuccessful in actually making that connection, so we're continuing to try to talk with her and see what the status is with her, and if she's going to be returning as the city clerk next week. That pursuant to her original plan, it was supposed to be Monday.
Okay.
So.
Are there any questions from the dais? Because I have a couple questions.
No questions, but comment. She sent me a message that she will be returning on Monday, February 16th.
Excellent.
16th?
Yeah,
Okay.
Monday.
All right, thank you for that, Vice Mayor. My request is to have her presiding physician follow the federal guidelines of FMLA return with whatever accommodation she is or is not to have. Because we have in this period, I know I have honored no communication, no remote work at all. And it was just through verbiage and through transition of, communication through others, and I understand that and respected that. And from the attorney's office to Mr. Martin, we have breached that unnecessarily, and I certainly do not want to not know if she has any accommodation that's to be afforded in her return.
Yes, sir.
I.e. minimal hours, only 6 hours a day, whatever, or is she returning? And I would like to see it. I don't need to see it. I just need to know it's in her personnel file with the attorney's office that the presiding physician has provided that definition by federal statute of FMLA. And I'm not trying to be a mini attorney here, but I am serious about this because we have, through some actions and things that have happened, we have not followed that completely. And I don't want to have that continue if there's some further accommodation or Vice Mayor, thank you for that date, but if that date changes, I need to have that, I want the attorney to have that in her personnel file.
Mr. Mayor, just
Yes, ma'am.
so everyone knows, so as attorney mentioned, she was allowed 12 weeks under this FMLA, so she still has 4. So I'm not saying it's going to happen, but she could literally come back for a week and be distressed or something, and she's allowed to take her other 4 weeks out under this FMLA process. She doesn't have to go get another doctor's note or anything like that.
Based on that information we're provided by that presiding physician that, you know, yes, you are absolutely correct, but we don't have any, does legal have any updates on her FMLA for that last 8 weeks, is what I'm trying to reiterate from the 8th
I don't think you
until now.
can.
Yes, that is, the federal application for FMLA has statements from the presiding physician that's telling her to go out on FMLA. And you don't have to use the form, but you have to have something from a presiding physician, not a verbal from the employee,
The attorney, our office does have a document
the document. And
from
that-
the provider that is in line with her request for the 8 weeks.
And her text says that she will be bringing a letter from her doctor already.
And that's all I'm asking, so that's in our personnel file, we've honored that, and if there's any accommodation need, to certainly have
Honor
that
those.
in documentation form. Thank
Yes.
you, that's all I have. Thank you for that update. Good news. And she will return as the deputy clerk. By consensus and agreement, that's because.
That was part of her contract as the interim manager, is that upon her notice, she would return as a deputy city clerk.
Okay, and by consensus, everyone understands that. Okay. I mean, no issue, I just want to make sure that, you know, staffing levels, we have that accommodated. Thank you for that update. And last, or not last, but the last of the new business is John Barber contract and resolution. Madam Attorney, would you like to speak to that? And thank you, Mr. Barber, for your patience this evening and being here.
So this is resolution number 2026-08. It is. A resolution of the City of Archer, Florida, approving that certain agreement between the city and Donald Barber for the part-time city manager position, making certain findings of fact in support of the city approving said agreement, recognizing the authority of the mayor to execute and bind the city to said agreement, directing the mayor to execute and bind the city to said agreement, repealing all prior resolutions in conflict, and providing an effective date. So there was an updated agreement. I have extra copies of it, unless, I don't know, Mr. Martin, if you had printed extra copies, but there's an extra copy for everyone.
Is this the one that came today from
Yes.
through Ms. Shannon? Yeah, I have it. So-
Anybody else want one?
So I don't know how you would like to handle this, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like me to just kind of bullet point what the terms are, or if you would like to just take a moment for yourself and the commission to review and then ask questions, either way is fine with me.
I'd like y'all to review it if you have not seen the latest. And if everyone has reviewed it, then
I have a comment. Am I on here?
okay, and so let me just,
Oh.
from Robert's rule or whatever, based on the resolution that is 08, for full discussion of this and then decision-making, I'll entertain a motion to even consider this by the resolution before us. Motion and second, then we'll have full discussion. Again, Commissioner Fiore, it doesn't mean we're approving it, it just means it's action on the table to be recorded, so. Do I have a motion to
So
consider
moved.
resolution 2026-08?
So moved.
I have a motion from Commissioner Fiore and a second from Commissioner Green. Thank you very much. All right. Now questions, comments? Go ahead. Ms.
Yeah, so the
Commissioner.
original contract, when I read it, I noticed that the PTO and sick leave, it was, when I did the math, it was accruing for a full-timer, and Barber explained to me that, you know, part-time hours, so thank you for adjusting that section of the contract. And I don't know what section on the top of my head, the severance pay, so it's on section 8, number 3. Did that get changed in this latest version? No. So, I don't mean to be a Scrooge or anything, it's actually section 8, number 2 now. It's 20 weeks, of severance pay, and I just think that's excessive. I mean, I'm not gonna fight and hold this up for any reason, but if the other members think that that might be too many weeks,
I questioned that as well.
the other items about hiring a deputy manager, I agree with. I think the city needs to have both Mr. Martin and Barber on the payroll, at least for temporary period of time until we see that there's a change in the finances and the day-to-day running of the city. So I'm totally in agreement with that. I'm in agreement with the entire contract. The only thing I was just questioning maybe is the 20-week severance. That's all I have to say.
Commissioner Green, you have anything?
No, I was questioning that as well.
Okay.
I think the vacation time was what, like 2.5? I think that came up to like 96 hours, I think. So would that
Well,
be like
it's-
2.5? Not 2.5, please? I think it's 96 hours, I read it somewhere.
96 vacation, then 96,
PTO would be $1,529.84.
excuse me?
If you're talking about vacation, it is PTO for a year's period of time.
And what was the number that you just said?
$1,529.84.
I don't know what that number's for.
Took his
15?
salary, divided it by the number of hours to get an hourly rate, times the number of
Oh, no,
hours
I'm talking about hours. We're talking about number of hours.
worked. Correct?
No, he's gonna accrue 4 hours per pay period,
period,
and there's
correct.
26 pay periods. Yeah, but he's accruing 4 hours of sick and 4 hours of vacation.
No sick. There's no sick in this contract.
Manager, 4 hours per pay period, unaccrued. Oh, it wasn't the other one.
Yeah.
So that was removed.
Yes.
Okay.
Pursuant to the personnel policy, part-time does not get.
Okay, it was in the first one I read,
Yes,
so, okay, thank you.
So both of them will be part-time.
Vice Mayor, you had some.
I did. So, section 3, which is the compensation, and, number 1, the 30,000 for each, I have a problem with, because, if I remember correctly, we capped at 45. I was told that the posting had a different number. But anyway, we're already strapped for money, and I don't think that we need to go with 30,000 for each person. I do agree that Mr. Barber may have or need help initially. I am disappointed with Mr. Martin. I did tell him that. So I'm not so happy about or voting for him to be that second person at this point. I also, like Mr. Arnold, would like to hear about this new accountant that we supposedly have. There's a lot of information that was not shared about the accountant and things that happened. And my thing is, we need help here. We don't need problems to come in to cause us to be delayed or pushed back. But whether it's Martin or anybody else, I don't think that it should be 2 at 30,000. That's my main thing.
Can we ask what the reasoning for your dislike in Martin? Can
I
that
don't,
be-
not that I dislike him, disappointed
Oh,
with,
sorry.
yeah. So on Monday night, he was very negative about Loretta. There was a second contract that was sent. He had agreed to give her work focus time from 7 to 1 and to work on accounting only. But in less than 12 hours, it was a problem and she's fired. So he didn't hold up to what he said he would do either. So I do understand that you want to be respected, but we don't get rid of people because of personality differences. We figure it out, especially if you're just coming in. That is my disappointment. If we get rid of people just because of personality conflicts, none of us will be up here.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree.
So,
But, so,
is there anything else to that? That's what you have as far as your knowledge of the situation?
Oh, I have a lot,
But that's
but
the
that
main
is what I
focus,
am
that's-
disappointed about.
Okay, about that situation?
Yes, but that has nothing to do with the money. When I seen 30,000, I remembered so many times when we were talking about the part-time position, what we said. And it was asked, are we going to waiver with that? And the answer that this dais had, and that was before you, Fiore, was no, that we were sticking to the 45. So now we're not sticking to 45. So that's my problem with that. Now, that has nothing to do with neither one of them.
Okay, and thanks, is that, I don't want to cut you off.
No, that's
Anything
it.
else? All right, Commissioner Penny, do you have any comments?
I have a problem with the 60,000 compared to the 45,000. I agree with Iris I did not like the way that she was terminated, because she was making a lot of progress, and to come in, that was said at the meeting, and then the next day she was gone. I was like, well, why didn't we have any say in reference to it, her being fired? To me, I think that was just, I didn't like that. But one of the main things, again, is the 60,000 compared to 45,000. Again, now we have a new accountant. How much is she being paid compared to Loretta? How is that going to affect our budget also? And then on top of the 60,000, I mean, it's a lot, because I want to see Archer turn it around. I want us to turn it around, and I think we're making great progress. But, and I know I'm mumbling and going around and around, but I do have a problem with this 60,000 for the vote. I think, in the beginning, I did not vote for Mr. Martin, but he have some great, I'm not gonna smash him and say he's been doing a horrible job. He do keep us up with the emails and keep us informed, which I do like. But that's the biggest problem I have, is the amount of money and how that happened with Loretta. And was it that she was doing a bad job, or was it an ego thing that you're gonna do what I say do? And if you have that mentality now, what's gonna happen in the future, if you have conflict with someone, how do he usually, because that's one of the questions I asked in the interview with all of them. How do you handle conflict with the employees and everything else? Because just because you don't get along with a person and everybody's not your cup of tea, you still got to get along with it, which I done said on this commission many times. We're not going to agree on everything. We can't agree on anything, but we need to work together to do conflicts. I have no problem with both of them working, but I do have a problem with the 60 hours.
Okay.
I'm done. I'm sorry.
If I can speak my issue, because I'm looking at this a little differently. I understand it's what outside of the budgetary authorization of someone making 45K. I get the message instead of this 60 that's in front of us. I also realize that there's not a benefit package going with either one of these entities in their part-time capacity other than the PTO that's in the contract, but certainly not $137,000 plus that we were looking at in 2024. I also know that you can blame me as your mayor, sticking my nose where it doesn't belong, but for the last 8 weeks, I've been adamantly following the payroll periods and concerned about our staff and then making sure that payroll was completed timely. I was relying on our FMLA remote working deputy clerk to the point that I realized and got the message, no remote work. So I'm just representing all of us, but my concern, just like any of us coming in being concerned, I have asked diligently every pay cycle, are we okay with payroll? Knowing that Dallas Lee, and again, I'm sorry, I'm jumping that. Dallas Lee is no more at $90 an hour. None, no hours, and it's in the budget. So please just earmark that one. Dallas is not available, nor a staff assistant to assist at this juncture with all the Newberry projects. I've just learned that recently when this was coming before us. So take that money out of the picture. The payroll was of the highest, one of the highest, that in the bank statements and where we were, reconciliation did not bother Mrs. Ott ever with that, just said, are you okay? Can I help with anything? Just as a generality and our personality relationship in that workroom. But I was adamant with Mr. Martin about payrolls. This last payroll, when this incident happened, please keep in mind, no remote work with the FMLA individual. And I hope, Madam Attorney, you can speak to this as well. Mr. Martin did as I asked and said, can you just check, make sure that we're okay with payroll? Because the transition was happening where Deanna was not going to do payroll, Ms. Ott was going to do it. And I did, as a courtesy, just say, are you okay? And this was 2 pay periods ago. She said, I think we're okay. And that's all, that's all I bothered her with. But so as just a safety check, that day, I asked Mr. Martin, would you check and make sure we're okay with payroll? Are we? He wasn't sure. So you can correct me, Mr. Martin, exactly what time it happened. It was 10:30. It was outside that window of don't touch me, don't bother me, don't say anything to me, put a blinder up, whatever, until 1 o'clock before you ask anything of me. That was the adamant temp force accountant demand in her letter from her professional Robert Half company representatives of what she needed. And Mr. Martin had accommodated that until I said, would you just check on payroll? I think that is a very simple request. And Mr. Martin, you defend yourself in how you approached it at that 10:30 hour or whatever in the morning. And that's when the explosion happened. From what I understand, where she looked up at him, and you can reiterate the direct language, Mr. Martin, but essentially said, I am overwhelmed as an answer about payroll, and I have Deanna doing that. We have a temp force accountant specialist paid by a temp force company telling the city manager assigned to running operations in the city, What she had done was something she had no knowledge of, apparently, that this FMLA person was not to do any remote work. I appreciate fully Deanna and her wanting to help and do it, but it wasn't following FMLA. I am adamant about that. And it breached the whole contractual relationship. And I think you can speak to them on the exact words, Mr. Martin, but he basically said, well, that's due to me, basically something to that effect. And her comment back to him, as a temp force employee, very valuable, very accounting knowledge, very demanding on what she wanted to be bothered with, as far as when to bother her, when not, when to ask questions with her relationship with Mr. Martin, and telling her employer, Robert Half, what she wanted. She looked at him and said, fire me. When he made the statement that she usurped the city manager on hire with her own decisions to make something happen. And that was her statement to him. What do you think is the appropriate reply?
Mr. Mayor, I apologize for interrupting. We do need another motion to extend. We're at the 25 minutes past it.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to extend this. Thank you very much for keeping Robert's rules alive. I ask for a motion to extend this meeting 20 more minutes.
20, Jesus.
I second.
We've got comment period and we've got 2 left. That's 10 minutes in our report.
You second or you making a motion?
So moved.
So moved. Thank you, Commissioner
Second.
Mm-hmm.
Penny. That will make us 11:15 getting out of here.
Let's get out.
Do I have a second? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
moved, she second.
Any discussion regarding extending the meeting appropriately to be able to cover all our agenda? Hearing none. Any motion, any comments from the constituents in the audience? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of extending the meeting to 11:15, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. In closure, I ask you all, and you don't need to give me an answer, I'm just asking and leaving with this, what would you expect the operating city administrator to look at someone who had usurped their authority, and that's a fact, over their administrator and broke the FMLA compliance when she said, fire me? That's all I have to say regarding the matter when, yeah, I'll take the full blame because I, as I have done biweekly since December 30th, when's the next payroll, what's our obligation, is their staff accounting their timesheets and doing what's needed? And this is when Ms. Altop was still assisting remotely until the juncture, I think another payroll period or whatever, when that was no longer happening. I, as the mayor, as a public servant, have not had any interaction with Ms. Altop, and I can attest to you all at least 100 topic matters, just of question to get information, have been on my list, but I respected that accommodation. And we have a temp force person usurping that and not doing it. I don't think Mr. Martin had any choice but to do what he did. And as far as accounting, how many more times are we going to have to be told by a temp force staff when we've allotted, and I did this as well, asking for y'all's approval to allow overtime remotely to get this accomplished, and it hasn't happened. I'm not going to talk about performance other than that. How many more times do you want our citizenry say, or our county colleagues say, get your reconciliations done? So I don't even want to evaluate the performance. I'm talking about the relationship that you all have talked about. I totally agree. It's a two-way street though.
It is.
And I wouldn't.
It is.
And number
we're
3,
wasting
let me
a lot of
finish
time.
please before you start evaluating what I'm saying.
It's too late. Go ahead.
Yeah, it is because I've still got the voice.
You do.
When does the commission start having inference on directing staff and especially a temp force staff? That is not, as it's already been alluded to, that is not our duty.
Correct.
That is not our responsibility.
Correct.
And we either afford the respect to understand bad timing on a decision that had to be made, but, what's the plan? And I still turned to him when I learned of it. And within 48 hours, I think, negotiations were in place to have that fill. First, he went to Dallas Lee just to ask, I think was the back and forth that I was having with Mr. Martin, just to have, be informed, to prepare, to be able for him to send out, any actions and any plan of action. But within 72 hours, there was a full accountant, a CPA accountant service firm taking care and committing contractually to our work at $100 an hour versus Dallas Lee that can't work here anymore at $90 an hour. And we're quibbling about 60,000 versus 45, and Mr. Martin's not the good deputy manager to consider because of a temp force action. I disagree. I totally disagree.
And that's what we were just talking about, and we are gonna disagree. And I still stand by the fact that we sat here and we said it was a hard 45. And now we're saying all of a sudden that it's 60. So,
Actual consideration.
Secondly, if you are, honoring and agreeing to a contract to give someone focused time, then you give them that focused time. If you don't, and she was overwhelmed, and she stated that, then she was overwhelmed. Now, there's blame for both sides. I never said that it wasn't. So let's not sit here and act like that's what I said. I said I was disappointed with his actions, and I am.
And I was concerned, and my point is I was very concerned about the payroll processing. And
I'm
to
very
learn
concerned
that
about all of
was
it.
done by a breach of FMLA, it is not acceptable, period. She had no authority to do that.
Did she call Deanna? Did she call her and ask her to do that?
I don't know.
There you go. And I'm saying that because Deanna communicates with who she wants to communicate
In
with.
respect to Mr. Martin, could you allude to any of that? Please, sir. In fairness to Mr. Martin.
Yeah, I put out a very specific email to you describing exactly what happened. Let me back up and say that when I got the opinion from the attorney, I think it was in a meeting here, I'm pretty sure, that Ms. Altop was not to do any more work, that I could ask her for stuff like passwords, that type of information, but actually doing work, which payroll is definitely work, that she wasn't to do anymore. It just so happened that next morning, I had all the staff were in there at the same time. Every one of them, including the staff person. I simply told them that do not ask Deanna to do any more work because it is a violation of the FMLA, and I had gotten that straight from the attorney here. I made it very clear to all of them. And I said, if you feel like you have a need to contact her, you need to speak to me, and I will work through that. Okay? Now, Ms. Altop has cooperated anytime I've asked her something. I will say that right now. What happened was, if you go back a few weeks ago, when I told you that she literally walked out on me, at that time, all I asked, and this is before she said she needed set time, right? This was before that. I asked her about the bank, the transaction sheets that you guys had tabled 3 or 4 times. And I simply asked her about that. Now, where she got what I'm about to say, I do not know. You can look at meetings or whatever. She said, well, what are you doing now? Are you doing the bidding work for Commissioner Fiore? That's what she said. Y'all were wanting to bring this into public? Let's bring it into public. And I said, I do the bidding of the city commission. And they put this on the agenda. It's been tabled. I'm simply trying to ask. I don't even know. I told her, I said, I don't know exactly how much work it takes. I'm not saying do it right now. I'm saying, can you please add it to your list? I would like to have it by the next meeting, which was over a week and a half away. I don't think that's unreasonable. And she simply said, and understand this, when I came in the office the very first day, I never asked her to answer phones or any of that stuff. She was already doing it. And they were all camaraderie and all of that kind of stuff. I didn't have a particular issue with that. So I didn't know that she needed her independent space. I never asked her that. Once she later on asked me for that, I started answering the phone myself. And because when Tangi was busy. So, I did not ask her to do that. Then fast forward to the other day when the firing occurred. I simply went to her at about 9:15 in the morning, and all I can say, it was around 9:15, 9:30, and all I said to her was, I didn't even say I was directed or anything like that. I simply asked her, have you got everything you need for the payroll? That's all I asked her. And she looked at me and said, I answered that last week. Well, I said, well, all I'm trying to do is make sure you don't have any added needs. I mean, you can ask any. I don't talk to people that way. I do not. I don't care how it was represented. That is not me. And she said, and I said.
So I didn't talk to her. I talked to her supervisor. So I haven't yet.
I didn't say that.
I'm just telling you so you don't think that I'm just listening to what she said. Okay.
I never said that.
I know it. You didn't.
I never said that. I'm simply telling you what happened. What happened that I don't know of, I can't tell you what I don't know. I can only tell you what I said to her. And so then I said to her, I said, well, I'm just trying to make sure you have what you need. And she said, I don't have to answer questions from you. Very directly. And I said to her, well, actually you do. And she said, well, I'll do my job, you do yours. And I said, I said, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. I'm simply asking you, do you have, I said, being a city manager, you have to have a little bit of knowledge about everything that is happening at a given moment in the city. You just do, or you're not doing your job. And so I asked her, and she said, well, I'm so overwhelmed that I gave that to Deanna to do again, and she's doing it. Yeah. So she contacted Deanna, and I don't know what the conversation was, and told her to do it, which was in direct what I said, and in my opinion, I'm not an attorney, but in my opinion, that is directing someone who's on FMLA to work, and it's one thing if you made a mistake, but I specifically told everyone not to do that, period. And she said, well, then she said when she said that she did that, all I said was, well, there's something I didn't know, just exactly like that. And she jumped up from the desk, got in my face, and said, well, do me a favor, fire me. And I said, really? And she said, yeah, fire me right now. And I said to her simply and calmly as I possibly could, well then gather your stuff and leave. I did not want to fire her because I knew we need someone in here. But I'm not going to also use a person just for another week or so just to get by. She did something and other staff members were in there. And I'm telling you, I don't care who's sitting in this chair. If I don't respond to that, in my opinion, based on my experience, the way I am, I'm going to lose the whole staff. Because there's certain things that you cannot allow to happen. And that's what I did. And after that, she left. I immediately called the bank and had her removed from any access to it. Because that's just the right protocol to do. I then, not that I distrusted her, that's just the right thing to do. It has nothing to do with the personality. I called the attorney and I tried to get him on the phone. I couldn't, so I wrote them an in-depth email. And what had happened, I copied the mayor on it because I'm not trying to keep information different from either person, but it's hard to talk to each one individually, and this is just my interpretation. If I'm wrong, the commission elects one of your members to be mayor. In this case, it's Mr. Hope. in all honesty, it doesn't matter to me who you choose. I'm always gonna direct, if I possibly can, the first commissioner is always going to be the mayor. That's just the way I think it should be done. If I'm directed otherwise, I won't. Now, do I share with some? I don't share the rest of you. I think you're seeing that I don't do that. I share it to all of you. And then I contacted Miss Altop because I just wanted to make sure, and I didn't get into the whole tit for tat that about the payroll. She said, and she told me that yes, that she was going to do it. I didn't get into the whole thing about Ms. Ott and her because that really wasn't, I'm not trying to read in between the lines. That's not my style. And after I talked to the attorney, I sent an email out to all of y'all and literally copied and I told you in the email that this is verbatim what I sent to the attorney. And that's what I did. Now, I know what situation the city's in accounting-wise. I contacted Mr. Lee. I'd had previous conversations with him, and I'd contacted him again, and he said he would help any way he could as far as advising me or anything like that. But he had no intention to come back to the city of Archer and work because he has another job. Okay, so I looked and I actually, and I don't mind telling you because I knew what the situation was going to be. Mr. Barber's coming in here. I've been keeping him in the loop about pretty much everything except anything that I thought it has to do with his contract and all that. I purposely stayed out of that because that's not my decision. It's yours. But because I don't want him to be blindsided by something I told him, and I talked to the mayor about this. Because I do have the authority to spend X amount of, I think it's $7,000. I didn't want to wait till another meeting because we need help yesterday. So I contacted someone that the auditor even talked to me about, not because I asked him if he knew this gentleman. It's someone that works for the city of Hawthorne, works for Waldo, works for Fort White, has done audits, not working for the audit firm, but they've worked with him. And I asked them their opinion. I already had my own. I just wanted to see what they said. And it was extremely favorable. So I contacted Mr. Michael Whitehead, who is a CPA. He's a partner in a firm. He just happens to be in Hawthorne. I got no issue with that, but he works all over the place. You can contact these other communities. And I knew that he would be able to hit the ground running and do everything that needs to be done. On top of that, just so you know, and this had nothing to do with my decision to terminate Ms. Ott, but I subsequently found out that every one of the W-2s, at least that I've been told, she mailed out, she hand wrote them is what I've been told. I don't know if that's true yet or not, and which is a total violation of the laws and all of that kind of stuff. And every one of them was wrong. There were errors in every single one of them. And I've got a list now. The accountant contacted me just before this meeting. And I will send you out the email. I was going to, but I just, we're literally 10, 15 minutes before this meeting. And he made a list of things that he's already found that have not been done that are a direct violation of dealing with the IRS. I could give you the numbers. They're out of my head at the moment. But there's these different compliance issues and forms that should have been done on a routine basis months ago and are not done. Okay, so you're already seeing the results of that. Now, I'm explaining it to you more than I probably intended to, but I felt like that the person gave me no chance whatsoever, no alternative. And I've told the staff people this multiple times in different forms or fashion. I've run my own businesses before. And I'm not accusing anybody of this. I've told them about theft and fraud and all that. But I've also told them that if you do something that, that I might, as a business owner, I might have a dozen different ways I could handle it. But when it comes to city business and taxpayer money, there is no gray area whatsoever. And so when she stood up and said that to me, if it had been a regular Archer employee, I might have tried to, but when she, a staff person, said that to me,
Now, I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna give you a report about this later, but I'll tell you now, just to give you an example. We got tank crews coming in here working on the tanks. They're contract employees. There's no difference between them and an accountant. They just have a different title. And they just did one of the tanks and they're gonna do another one in 2 weeks. If I went out there to that person and asked them a question and they told me, I don't answer your questions. I don't have to answer your questions. I would immediately, which I did call the staffing, their supervisor as well. I forgot to mention that. I would call the staffing, and I'm not trying to pick on them. I think it's USG that does your water. I would call the supervisor of that and tell them that this person needs to be removed and you need to bring somebody else here. And that's exactly what I told the staffing, but they couldn't do it. They didn't have anybody to do it. They just contacted me a little bit later this afternoon and said they got someone in mind that they might be able to do it.
Robert Half. you're speaking
Yes, I contacted them immediately.
The immediacy of the situation is being not considered here. I mean, because you answer to us, to the pleasure of the
Absolutely.
commission.
Mr. Mayor, we need another motion to extend.
I'm sorry, but
Somebody gonna bring me some dinner.
well, I don't know how else, y'all are asking me these questions in an open meeting. I got the answer.
You asked for him and, ask him.
But it's not personal to me.
No. It's usurp the authority of the person that's in charge and answers to the commission.
Don't have a motion yet.
Have a motion to extend this meeting 15 minutes.
How many?
15.
So moved.
Have a motion, have a second.
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 And I will say one more thing, and I'll be quiet and answer any questions you have. Regardless of the decision you make with me and Mr. Barber, I've tried not to be involved in that. Do I know about the parameters of it? Yes, it's not possible not to. Have I, tried to manipulate it? No, I haven't. I've purposely tried to stay out of the whole process. But when you're talking about cost, and I'll just say this because y'all might say don't come back, but I'm just going to tell you as I see it because I care about this city too. Maybe not as much as you that lived here, but I care about it. I wouldn't be doing, the times that I've been doing if I didn't. You got to look. There's a couple ways you can get out of the hole that you're in. You're never going to cut your way out of that hole, in my opinion. You're never going to be able to do that. You're worried about the state taking over, right? Okay. You ask that question of the county commission. In my opinion, if you cut your way, that's one choice, and you don't make it, the state's going to take over. That's what they're going to do at some point. If you look at the expense, I'm not saying blow money. I'm a very tight budget hawk person. You haven't really been able to see that yet, but I am. But if you don't invest in trying to get out, you're not going to get out of your accounting hole without someone who knows what they're doing. And this gentleman I've hired, I guarantee you he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Whether or not y'all want to keep him after me or whatever, he knows what he's doing. You're going to have to invest. And I'm not even talking about my salary, his salary, whatever. He can speak to it himself. But if you don't invest in getting yourself out, you're never going to get out of. I'm telling. And I said this the other night. The fact that you don't have bank reconciliations for over a year, and the whole time this person has been here, they haven't done one that I'm aware of. That is, I just can't put my mind around that. That you wouldn't. That is the simplest fundamental thing you can do. And you even heard county commissioners asking you that.
No.
So I don't know how else to say it, but I'm just putting it out there. I mean, I'm sorry, but I guess I have to be true to myself and honest to you, or I would not be doing my job. I'm sorry. I'll answer any questions you have.
Let's bring it back in. Are there any other comments regarding this consideration?
I just want to say one thing on the budget piece, for those that are concerned about the budget and going over. So we make decisions all the time where we're not doing exactly what we had in our budget. So I don't think we should stick to that rule just because we said 45 and now we're saying 60. I mean, just as I was sitting here thinking about it, people don't rent, they don't pay for rent for some of our facilities, and we said we weren't gonna do that, and things like that. So I just don't wanna be hung up, and I'm a number person, and I want budgets to happen, but this is gonna be your opportunity, to, like, Mr. Martin said, you have a true accountant sitting in there cleaning up. You have two gentlemen that understand the city's makings. You have one really good with Public Works, one really good with the day-to-day. That's going to mesh so nicely together. And like we said, it doesn't have to maybe be forever, but I really think it's important for the city.
And you're, sorry if I could just speak, you don't have that benefit package and the FRS expense. You don't have the Dallas Lee. You have it with an accounting service for another $10 an hour, but it's a CPA accountant. And what we got from Robert Half was not a CPA accountant. And I don't mean any disrespect and Ms. Ott from that. But she was not, she was a clerical person, and I'm concurring with the investment. This is the time to invest in what our highest priority is, and it's getting our financial records and reconciliations and the conversion into QuickBooks completed. I mean, like yesterday. So we can amend the budget.
And I do agree to that part of what you're saying.
I'm sorry, and we don't have the public works person in there. We're running with two people, and one of them is cross-trained and running all the recordings for us. Thank God for development and cross-training and staff, and I publicly thank Steve and he's also the clerical utility billing clerk when Tangi's out ill like today. This man worked one person in the office, and I'm glad Channel 20's not here because they take it to the bank.
Well, you said it.
But it's okay. They can put it on 7 o'clock news. My point is, besides what we're getting for the services and the skill set, we're nickel and diming here at a time we should not be doing that. I mean, I was going to insult the man, I'm sorry, and he already knows it because I had a conversation with him. The only thing in his contract I was concerned about, because of our responsibility in the contract, and I'm going to go there, was the 5, 6, and 7, and it puts in there legally contingent on fund availability, but those are on those expenses that we've had an outcry in the past about traveling and those kind of things. The gentleman honestly shared with me he doesn't really know what it's going to be because he hasn't been in this position, but I want to make sure it wasn't a free ticket. To just, I said, you have to follow what the commission's commitment is, and anything in travel or whatever that we're expecting this municipality to reimburse us on has to be brought forward to this commission and approved prior to. And I said, if there's any certifications or anything that's tantamount, I asked him on what he's going to be doing here. He needs to share that this evening with us so we know what that amount is. And so I'll let him speak to that if he gets an opportunity to speak. But other than that, I thought this is nickel and diamond to go anywhere but accepting this at a time like this when we need it.
I disagree, but thank you.
That's
I'm not nickel and diming anything. I am sticking to what we said. However, if the amount that was online was 50,000, then take that down to 50, not 60. That is what I'm saying. And to me, I'm still not nickel and diming anything. But he called you forward, I think.
No, I didn't yet. I
thought you said let him speak.
I want you all to understand, in any contractual situation brought before us, the contract is under negotiations. You're saying drop it. It came forward to us at 60 for 2 bodies in here, 40 hours plus a week in their capacity. It's up for consideration. If you don't want to do it, then let Mr. Barber speak. Yes, sir.
Good evening again.
Good evening, Mr. Barber.
So, answering some of the questions. So I did create a budget, Mr. Mayor, that you asked for, and I can provide that by email through Mr. Martin.
Thank
you. One of the benefits of my employment with my employer is that I already have access to a lot of the very resources that the city of Archer is going to need. So there is another company paying for the majority of those for me to already be there, and I'll serve a dual purpose. Now, there's some that aren't. One that I would encourage us not immediately, but right around a year from now to get involved in would be the APWA, which is American Public Works Association, which anyone in our industry will tell you is essential for networking, for being up on trends, for training your staff, for understanding what new protocols there are for safety when you're making repairs, things of that nature. That is $1,777 to include their annual membership, the registration, the once-a-year expo, that's a hotel budget, that's a per diem according to your policy, and a mileage reimbursement. Now, the conference could not be gone to, and then that drops the annual price down to $255. There's the Gainesville Chamber. You all talked about growth. You need to be a member of the chamber. Okay? Any person worth their salt would recommend to you that the city of Archer support the chamber, be a part of it, so that when that 4-lane highway is discussed, as you develop those programs, you have the resources throughout that network to be involved in that. I'm a member of the chamber where I live. It's essential to not just benefit myself or the company I'm with. It's essential because I need to be aware of what's going on in my community, and those are the movers and shakers. That's the reason why your county commissioners are there. It's the reason why your city commissioners are there for Gainesville and everybody surrounding. Their annual dues are $275. They have 2 major events. That comes to $190. So that's the cost there. And the last one is the Florida Stormwater Association. And one of the biggest problems you'll have with your city growing is not flooding out people as development comes in. So it's essential that you're part of that. I'm actually licensed through the Florida Stormwater Association and DEP. I have my stormwater license. So I can inspect DRAs and do all those things. But in order to keep up those certifications and research, you have to be a member of that organization. Those dues are $500 a year. So I did come up with a budget. Those are the 3 that I would recommend. So I hope that answers that question. If you take all the conferences and all that, it's a grand total of $4,515 a year. Okay? That's the per diem, that's the conferences, all that. To the question as to the 20 weeks, the reason why the 20 weeks is selected, and your city attorney will tell you, it's pretty much in every contract in the entire state, because it's under the Florida statute. It actually, in Florida statute, dictates the maximum allowable time. And the reason why I asked for the maximum is because I came in here and I'm not doing this at all for the money. I'm not even considering it for the money, because if I was, I'd just go concentrate on my full-time job. So yes, I did ask for the 20 weeks. If the city, out of fiduciary responsibility, decided that they needed to cut that, that's not something that I'm not movable on. But again, as has been mentioned, you've offered no FRS, you've offered no health insurance, you'd offer no supplemental health insurance, you've offered no life insurance policy. I mean, there is no benefit to being here for me. I was offered $45,000. I'm not spending $60,000. I am losing $15,000 voluntarily because I recognize a need that the city has. And that need is that you fundamentally are understaffed, and I can't do that job in the expected time. Tonight's meeting, according to this contract, is not included in the 20 hours, and yet I've been here since 4 o'clock. Not 6 o'clock, not 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Because every single meeting I've come into this town and I've started talking to people, and I've been driving your neighborhoods to familiarize myself with it, and I've been studying documents. I could have told you the 40 properties that you own because I've already studied every single one of them this week. I can give you a description of them. I have visited the sites. That's the type of person that I am. You have to understand that my value is not determined by this contract, because if you paid me my value, you couldn't afford it. I want to be very clear about that. Okay? I came from a professional environment where I was a leader in companies, and if they had been in the private side, were worth millions and millions and millions of dollars. And I left that company, which is a utility, in far better condition than I found it, because if I hadn't been there, they would be bankrupt this year. I'm not blowing smoke because I'm trying to tell you how great of a person I am. What I'm telling you is that the deputy city manager position has been made about Mr. Martin. It has nothing to do with Mr. Martin. I was almost about to say, point of order, Chair. Because in Robert's Rules of Order, the point left what this contract is, and it went over to a separate issue. And that separate issue absolutely should have been discussed, absolutely. But not about this contract. It has nothing to do with this contract. And I will tell the 5 of you that tonight, if you decide not to authorize whoever's the city manager to have a deputy, then you're going to fail in this endeavor. Unless you decide that all of a sudden you have a bunch of money to pay somebody full-time. Because it is a full-time job. In closing, there needs to be some training on every side with the residents.
Mr. Barber, and I don't want you to lose your train of
Yeah.
thought when you're going into closing, but we do need another motion.
15 minutes. I need a motion.
Yeah, the motion.
Second.
So moved. A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Motion carries. Extend the meeting 15 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Barber.
No problem. If you guys don't invest in this and either decide to go with someone full-time or to have an arrangement where there's more staff, I mean, my first objective is to get 2 more public works workers here because we're coming up to mowing season. And you need 3 months to train someone in a professional environment, so that puts you right into the summer. These poor fellows that I met the other day, and I've been to the facility again on my own time, have no way of completing the workload that they're being asked to do. And a lot of the problems that you're inferring with the staff are real. But it's because you are not allowing someone to come in here and be the manager. Instead, you have 5 managers and everyone is being micromanaged. And it is that is the very definition of a toxic environment. So I'm not here to plead, I'm not here to deal, so to speak. You want to cut the PTO leave time, I'm fine with that. You want to cut the severance pay, I'm fine with that. What I'm not fine with is if you don't empower me in my contract to have a deputy city manager, which by the way will be under the city manager's sole discretion, that is an employee, then I'm not interested in the position. Then you need to start going out, either offer it to Mr. Martin or one of the other candidates, but I'm not interested. I am not interested in being set up for failure. I gave you guys a plan. If we implement that plan, we can turn this city around. I guarantee that. But if we do not give us the tools to implement that plan, then I don't want to be part of a sinking ship. I don't want my name attached to what's going to get into the news as to they hired that guy and he didn't do any different. That ruins my professional reputation. And my testimony means more to me besides my family than anything else. A laborer is worthy of their hire, the good book says. And if you think $30,000 is worthy of my labor, then we don't have an understanding that I thought we did. So I appreciate the time.
Thank you, and I don't think anyone said that we didn't want a deputy city manager. And I definitely did not say that. I said I had a problem with the 60,000, and you are correct. It's not worthy of your hire, but that's not what we agreed on. So that's all I'm saying. And even, like I said, even if we did do 50,000, if that's what you were offered, then we do 50, because that's what you were offered. I have no problem with you having a deputy city manager, and I said that, whether it's Mr. Martin or somebody else. The disappointment still stands. It's a whole lot that goes on, and I do agree. Your contract is separate, the position is separate, and that's why I made that statement. It doesn't matter whether it's him or not. The problem is, things have been changed, and that's not what we agreed on.
And to clarify, Ms. Vice Mayor, I made those changes. It was the January 12th meeting that you all picked me as your finalist and asked the city attorney to create a contract. It was exactly 2 days later, that Wednesday of that week, I called the city attorney and I spoke to Derek. And I said to her, I said, I have prayed about this, I have studied this, I have thought about it through. I'm a chess player, I'm not into checkers. I think we have to be playing 30 moves in advance, not the move that we're on right then. And what I told her is that in looking at this and having gone back and watched a lot of hours of your meetings, more so than I care to admit. It was apparent to me that what you were asking me to do, I wasn't going to be able to accomplish under the parameters that I was given. So I was the one that started the discussion and asked them, as a condition of my contract, I wanted the option for the commission not only to do what we just discussed with a deputy's position, I made two other demands. I said I wanted the maximum severance, as we just said, but as I mentioned, if that's really the sticking point, you can back it off, because this isn't about money for me. The third point was very clear, and that was that you had to take the document that I provided you during my interview process and a memorandum that I created and state within the contract that you as a commission were agreeing with this vision, this 3-point plan, and you were authorizing not only myself but the entire staff to implement that plan. Because I didn't want to sit at the dais and for the next 4 or 5 months argue about what we were going to do. I wanted to hit the ground running. So those are the things, and I initiated that conversation 2 days, it would have been January 14th, and I didn't fill in any of the commissioners because I hadn't called you up until this week for the mere fact I'm not the city manager, and I just didn't feel that was appropriate. When I was on the agenda, I made calls and said, is there a question I can answer? As far as Mr. Martin, I didn't include him because I didn't want him to get his hopes up, or I didn't want him to make plans based on something that could or could not happen. And also, with the time from 1 month to the other, negotiations can fall apart. So, y'all might have found out that you had something in your eye and I was much uglier than you imagined, and you just couldn't stand looking at me for the next year. There was one other thing, if I'm being completely honest. I demanded that there was a 6-month evaluation by the commission, and I demanded that there was a 1-year evaluation by the commission. And I reopened that up to say, at that point, if I'm still here and you all are happy with the work product, yeah, at that point, my 5 kids demand that I renegotiate what my time's worth. And in all fairness. So, to the residents that I hear completely, that plan, step 2, the Friends of Archer, when Mr. Ladowski comes up and says, I want to help, fantastic. I'm going to ask him to help so much he's not going to like me anymore. I'm going to ask Ms. Lopez so much she's not going to like me anymore. And by the way, I've met with a bunch of your residents already. So we need training, all of us, on what our roles are. And if we're not clear in defining what our roles are, we can't be successful in this endeavor. So that's what I will ask all of you is just be clear on your expectations of what you want. I left a city out of principle because we had a council there, not a commission, a council there where a few members believed that they were the city manager, and it was causing too much conflict within the city. I am available to you all. You'll never find someone, maybe other than Mr. Martin, that will answer their phone or respond to you or write back to you or provide what you're asking for in a better and faster manner than I. But at the same time, we can't teach staff, whom I will love and treat as my own family, that they can usurp the chain of command. I mean, how would the commission feel if I didn't like the decisions you were making, and so I started knocking on your resident's door, bringing up a petition to recall you? That's so inappropriate. You should fire me immediately. There is no difference between that and a staff member thinking that they can all the time call a commissioner without at least first going to their chain of command and addressing the issue. If I don't work it out at that point, I hope they go to y'all. But they have to give us an opportunity to do our job. So if we have that understanding, there can be great success in the future.
Correct.
But if we don't, I'm not your person. Just say it now, deny this contract, wish me well, and if you ever need help with anything, just give me a call and I'll still be willing to help in any way I can. So I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the dais? Any comments from the constituency in the audience?
I'm sure.
Bill Lewandowski. When you guys interviewed me, I told every single one of you this was going to be a hard job. So everything he said, I didn't say it the same way. Good job. But I told you all it was gonna be tough. And what I've heard from Mr. Martin and Mr. Barber just justifies what my suspicions were. You need, if you don't do this thing with the 60,000, and of course, the first question is, what's in your budget? Not your total budget, not just this little job position. You need to come up with a way to get us out of this hole. And unless you guys are gonna start going into the office every day, which none of you can do, I don't think, except for Mr. Hope. He's busy making sub sandwiches. You know, you gotta come up with something. Because as of right now, I don't see you guys getting anywhere. Which means if you guys aren't getting anywhere, our city's not getting anywhere. So if you're not gonna do this, you lose these two gentlemen, you better figure out a way to make it happen, or you guys are all employees, right? You need to start getting in the office and make it happen. Because you're employees. And I'm not being facetious, I'm just being completely honest.
Continue the pull-out charter.
You know, I don't want to see the charter happen, but unless there's something significantly changed, I don't see how you guys can make this happen and continue to conduct business at the same time. I don't see it. If you can enlighten me on how you can make that happen, then that's great. But in our current course, it is not going to happen. So think very please think very carefully about what you want to do. And if you decide you don't want to do this, okay, tell us citizens how you're going to get us out of where we're at right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewandowski.
I just want to say, and after listening to Mr. Barber, and I don't know about any of the stuff that went on in the office besides what Mr. Martin said anyway, so I don't know anything else about anything else. But I do know that sometimes you got to spend money to make it and to get what you need. And I feel like these two gentlemen may have a keen eye as to keep a great eye on our budget, to make sure that we have come out of this hole that we're in. Now, one of the questions I have with the two of you, now, are we going to do a full-time accountant or bookkeeper, or is that position, or are we looking to make that part-time?
So I believe that your accountant, once they get their footing, should be in the office maybe 5 hours a week. I mean, it should be very low, because if you're talking about maintaining accounting, once the books are done, once the GL codes are created, and by the way, I heard in a previous meeting about miscellaneous funds. I will not allow any miscellaneous titles on funds. Everything has to have a designation, a designation. So I'm a fiscal hawk as far as when I spend other people's money. If I'm going to blow money, it's my own, not somebody else's. And these are taxpayer funds. So we would limit, and that's where you do performance evaluations and staff makes recommendations on how this accountant's doing. You all should receive weekly or at least monthly reports on the progress of the contractors that we have. And it's not limited to the accountant, it's any contractor that you have. If you have a cleaning service, if you have USG and their 20-year contract that they've been here in Archer, that needs to be reevaluated. Mm-hmm. And that's what that memorandum speaks to. Mm-hmm. It says that we're going to go back to zero. If you ask me to come on, we're going to go to a zero budget. We don't spend any money, and then we start putting back only what is required that we have to pay. So for example, you have to pay for bleach that goes to your water system, that purifies your water as it comes out of the well and is sent into the lines. That's a fixed cost that you can predict. That's something that goes back to the budget. The salaries of the staff go back into the budget. And you don't just budget the salaries, you do what they haven't done here before. You actually budget in their PTO that they're going to accrue, so that if they leave and walk out the door with their PTO, you don't all of a sudden have a shortfall of cash on hand, right? When I left my last job, I left with over $20,000 worth of leave and sick time because I never took sick time. And
Okay, you've explained yourself enough before we have to go over a little bit. I love what you're saying. I'm just stopping you because we go up this time.
Understandable.
Mr. Barber, but I'm in agreement with what I've heard and seen, with the contract. So that was all
I
I
will
wanted to
find
say.
you
I wanted to hear you.
$15,000. Within the first month, I guarantee you, we'll find you $15,000 to cut. You hold me to that. If we can't find $15,000 worth to cut, then it's worse than I thought.
believe
Let's
you
just
have
put
our
it that
best
way.
interest. I think you have our best interest in mind, so. All right,
Mr.
Hart.
Kosicki, come forward. Sorry for the
I think
delay.
Commissioner
Yes, sir.
Fiore wanted to.
Regarding our decision we're gonna make.
Because we got to get out of here.
Akasiki citizen. So, if this happens, it's gonna be a major change for y'all and for the citizens. Because things are gonna change around here then. And it sounds like it could be a good change. But it's gonna be run different than what we've seen in many years here. Many, many years. Last one was probably Tilly Davis, who ran it so well. You're from Hawthorne, right? And you're from
Citra.
Citra? So they won't be living here, I guess, as part-time. You don't have to do that.
Not in,
How are we gonna cover that?
not in this consideration of this change.
Okay.
Well, Hawthorne is what, 30 minutes?
It's 31 miles. It depends on the time of day and what direction.
Depending on the deer and the F-150.
Time of day.
Depending on the deer and the
You try to
F-150.
get to Gainesville in 30 minutes. Sometimes that doesn't happen. And Citra, I don't. 35? Okay. So, I mean, I know other ones have always had to live here.
That's changed, Bob.
Okay. So that's in the contract then.
It's not required in his
Okay.
contract.
That's fine. I'm just trying to find out where the changes are and stuff, because obviously I don't see the contract, so I don't know what's in or what's out anymore.
Sorry, the latest revision, yeah.
Mr.
we
Mayor,
can
we
have a
need another
con-
motion to continue.
Need a motion to extend this meeting 15 minutes.
So moved.
So that's really all I've got. It's just some questions there and thoughts about how this.
You've been very patient. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and vote.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to a
Are you
vote.
ready to vote?
Yeah.
All those in favor of the resolution and the contract before us as written? Say aye.
Aye.
And aye as well. Nays, like sign?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Thank you, gentlemen.
Where you going? We're not done.
We doing.
Calendar, Mr. Martin?
We did the calendar last.
I don't have anything on the
Okay,
calendar right
I
now.
just have one. I think it's very, very important, and I'll make sure Mr. Martin gets this as a reminder for you. Tomorrow at Oakview Middle School, 5:30 PM, is the Comprehensive School Planning Community Input Sessions. I represented Archer last Friday. If you-
Very good job.
Oh, no, I didn't ask for that, but you heard County Commissioner, I thought it was gonna be in the audience to just take information. They had a spot for Archer sitting up there for drilling and asking questions. It came up, some of our citizens, I think a couple of them were there, the ones that asked about the concentric circle, and where was the cutoff gonna be, and where does Archer lie with, and that's when I learned all about this, and I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, I know you know probably all about it, but the K-8 transition. This tomorrow is all about that, and I think, I hope if we can, Mr. Martin, to post this and put it as a reminder, tomorrow, this meeting's happening. 5:30. And I know it's late arrival, not dead on arrival, but anybody that needs a copy of this, just pass it to Mr. Martin, I can pick up my copy tomorrow.
Give
But
the zones and keys to Archer. You have about 100 slots.
I also have the whole presentation that I will give to Mr. Martin. He can download it. I can't send it to you of the presentation. I intend to ask School Board Administrator Ms. Patton and the presenters about this K-8 program and which schools are getting what. I was kind of in shock and awe about it, but tomorrow is a key on the calendar for that. And as soon as I can get with Mike New, we're supposed to have a conversation about what's the timing for that information that we're asking of them to be a guest in the town hall meeting, and that will set my meeting between Patton and the school concurrency issue, and certainly our wastewater and the funding and those kind of things. I think it's time for Mr. New and Kurt Woodard and Curran to speak to that. So I don't have a calendar date for that town hall, but I want to make sure we're solidified here and then be able to present that in the Archer Community Center, as Vice Mayor's taught me to do. So I think that's all I have on the
Did you say a
calendar.
date for that or not yet?
No, I've got it. I want Mike New to tell me when all the information is prepared and he's ready and get dates. And he and Administrator Patton will drive kind of those dates, because I think they're key. I know Ms. Hartwell will come and library will be here, but I think that's key players. And certainly introduce Mr. Barber and Mr. Martin, if that's who he intends to hire. So that's all I have. All right. Reports, commissioners, anything to report? Huh?
We did those last week too, but.
And I'm sorry, Madam Attorney, do you have anything to report on your report, or you've given it all tonight?
I do. I have two things,
Okay.
really quickly, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
So these are the tabulations from the selection of Mr. Barber.
Okay.
And so these are the original tabulations. Commissioner Fiore put hers here. I filled in your tabulations. My understanding, some people have been asking for what this was. It's public record, so I'm going to give this to Mr. Martin. So if people are listening, you could ask from Mr. Martin or Mr. Barber. It'll
Okay.
be part of the public record.
Okay.
The other thing is Mr. Lewandowski. So I'm just going to expand just a little bit on what we talked, or what I said earlier. And I don't know if Scott had gotten back with you about that. We did have a meeting with Mr. Barber, Mr. Martin, Mike New at Woodard Curran, Gene Arnold, Ronnie Arnold. I feel like there was another Arnold in there. Chris. Oh, and Chris Gamure. Yes. So I forwarded to Chris Gamure the timeline that I had sent to you previously, as well as your emails and our previous responses. At the time of that meeting, our recommendation remained the same: of get the fire chief approval, get the engineer approval, and that's all we need to do. Just make this right. So he looked through all of that and is giving. He doesn't necessarily disagree, but what he's saying is that the footprint hasn't changed, so that changes the need for a site plan.
May I?
So real quick, we're going to be talking with Rob Lash tomorrow, who's Arnold's attorney, to ferret that out of this is the way that you need to do it. This is our recommendation. Get it done. So there's an update, but I'll have more of an update tomorrow, and either Scott or I will reach out to you after we talk to Mr. Lash.
One comment.
And report, and if you will, report that update to us at our next meeting.
Yes.
So that it could be public.
So, and Mr. Arnold, if you're listening, just do it. I mean, get the fire commissioner to look at it, get a planner to look at it,
Get the building.
If things are on the up and up, the site plan is going to be approved, just go for it. If you're fighting that, personally, it makes me suspicious on what your intentions are. So there's an easy path to this. Have the right people look at it. The engineer send it forward back up to the Florida Planning Commission. North Florida, yeah, thank you, yeah, right, the acronym. Send it up, make it happen. But if you're fighting that, then really, I really have to question what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Is that all you have, Madam Attorney?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything, Commissioner Fiore, anything, Madam Commissioner Green? I've already given in my calendar the report, still representing North Central Florida Planning Council until we don't want to do them anymore, like the county said tonight. Jesus. Sorry. Madam, that's all I have. Madam Vice Mayor, you have anything other than determine whether you're going to work tomorrow or not?
Yesterday, last week.
Okay. And Commissioner Penny, anything, any update? No paparazzi, no pictures, nothing? Oh my God, I'm disappointed. All right.
So we're not doing the second public comment?
Any public comments other than Mr. Lewandowski, which you already shared in your interjections with the attorney?
First of all, thank you for that. Thank you.
Update.
Okay. At first I was really kind of impressed with Mike New. I mean, he's saying all kind of good stuff and we're getting all that money. But when he started making comments about the citizens of Archer, I'm like, you know what, you're a vendor and you're being paid to do certain things. So do those certain things.
Keep your opinion to yourself.
But keep your opinions to yourself when you come into the city.
I agree.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Barber, anything for the good of the country and the Lord Jesus Christ? No? Okay, this meeting is adjourned. I'm sorry, Mr. Martin?
Yeah, I'll just say I've updated y'all with a bunch of stuff. I will put together an email update to you about the accountant and what they're doing and all that kind of stuff.
W-2's high priority, and then
All of that, yeah, the W-2s are at the top of
payroll
this
seems
list.
to be in check if Miss,
Yeah, I'll give you an email update tomorrow.
okay. All right, thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned at 11:55. Thank you all for your.
You make 12 bring dinner.
Please don't go eat no food this time.